Hello. I hope you're all doing well. And if not, I at least hope that your night improves. So, it is once again Saturday, which means that it's choose your own deck night again. These are actually kind of starting to become my favorite nights. They've actually been really, really fun, and I'm glad that I actually implemented them. They've been really fun. Really fun. It's allowed me to add more decks into the rotation, because I tend to stick to just my main tarot deck. And a lot of the variation comes from which oracle deck I decide to use, and whichever extra deck I decide to use. So this has allowed for a lot more variation in the decks that are used on stream here, which has been very, very nice. I've very much enjoyed it. Okay, so hello. Let's go ahead and get into it. Well, welcome. Glad to have you here. Glad you stopped by. Aw, I hope you have a wonderful day too, thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into collectives. And tonight, we're using the Tarot of the Divine, as always. We're going to use the Beltane Oracle deck some more. And I also felt the Moonology deck calling to me as well, so we're just gonna use that as like a bit of a sort of affirmation-esque sort of vibe here. We're just gonna take the cards at face value from the Moonology deck tonight. So, let's see what we got here. I'm sorry, I don't really take private readings at the moment. That is something I do plan on implementing eventually, just not quite yet. But, for those of you who might kind of be a bit hesitant for whatever reason, and I completely understand, to have like a general personal reading done on stream, that's why part of why I start off with collectives. It's so you get a chance to have a message delivered to you without needing to be called out directly and having your business fully known, for those who might just wish to keep things private. So that's why I always start off with collectives. Okay. Queue's not quite open yet. Gotta do collectives first. Okay. What What message do we need to hear tonight? You're all good. Don't worry about it. I just do I'm just starting off with collectives, but if you want to wait around and join the queue, that'll be open later. Okay, let's see. There we go. One more. Okay. Oh, not this again. Oh my goodness. This one's definitely gonna be a okay. So. Predator first. Predator first. Thank you. Predator first. Alrighty. First. Okay. Reverse. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So. We have the tower, unfortunately. This one is definitely a direct call out for me. Strength. Page of Swords. The Hierophant. And 3 of Coins. Okay, so. There's been a lot of things that have left you with a sense of instability in your life, and this is something that you're probably working on correcting for yourself. But this instability here, situation, feelings, there's essentially just a scattered, chaotic energy here that's coming from the tower. You've probably felt like you're all over the place. Your energy, thoughts, everything is just all over the place and just a bit chaotic currently. And this has led to you feeling very uncertain, led to a lot of instability, and it's also probably led to you feeling like giving up sometimes. Because the strength card did initially pop out sideways, and it kind of flipped back and forth when I asked it if it wanted to be upright or reversed. So that tells me both sides of the energy are being called on here, so with the strength card. So likely felt like giving up here, which is where that strength reversed energy is coming in. Feeling like you want to give up, like you can't continue, or like you just don't have what it takes. And you're being asked here to continue pushing through with this, okay? Because you do have what it takes, even if you can't see it currently. Even if you keep telling yourself that this isn't for you. You're not meant to be here. You're not meant to be doing this. Don't give in to those anxieties, those self-doubts, and those worries, okay? Keep doing your best to not get sucked into that spiral. And just keep pushing through, okay? This is a journey that you've only just begun for yourself, and it's still very new to you. You haven't been doing this for very long. Yes, you're probably going to make mistakes along the way, but that's okay, because you can learn as you go. Okay? You can learn as you go, and You have what it takes to walk this path and lead on this path. Okay? Oh. Okay. Let's see what the Oracle deck wants to add. Oop, miss. Oh, come on. These cards are definitely calling me the fuck out right now. Okay. We have 4 of them. They had words. They had some words. These immediately started flying too from the tarot deck. And I know they're definitely sassing the fuck out of me right now. We have fertilizing, followed by maypole. Followed by sun god. Definitely this card always makes me laugh just because... Always makes me laugh. Just because, like... Sir? You're getting so close there to just revealing everything. And following that is bonfire. So, lots of fiery energy here from these two. The funny thing is these popped out together and these popped out together. So lots of fiery energy from these two, and then lots of just fertile energy from these two. Oh boy. Okay, let's see. What do we have here? Fertilizing. Food is not the only thing that nourishes you, dear one. Be mindful of what you feed your soul. Keyword here is mastery. When fertilizing appears in your reading, it shows that you are mastering your craft through diligence and consistency. Not that going so fucking in line with the 3 of Coins energy and the Hierophant. You are a hard worker and have invested in your goal with single-minded focus. However, it's time to expand your efforts. As a plant grows, so does its hunger for fertilizer, so more effort is needed as your success grows and your goals expand. Now may be a good time to further invest in your development. Taking a class, finding a mentor, or engaging in research will help you to advance your skills. This card is one of mastery, and you are well on your way to becoming an expert in your field. If you pulled this card with Green Man, it is a particularly encouraging sign, as it means you are on the right path and have the right mindset to match. Nice. Very, very much going in line with that whole learning as you go energy from the 3 of Coins, okay? And then we have Maypole. I am fertile in what I seed, for there is reason to dance and drink upon the riches I receive. Keyword here is celebration. Don't wait for happiness to find you. You can choose to be happy right now at this moment. Sing, dance, spend time with loved ones, and celebrate just because you're alive and you can. Focus on enjoying life and doing what gives warmth to your soul. The situation you have inquired about is still developing. No amount of stress or worry will fix your circumstances, but you may find yourself with a sudden spark of inspiration once you allow your doubts to fall away. Solutions can come in the most unexpected ways and will often do so when you give your fears to the universe so you can go out and play. The universe takes pride in your willingness to trust in its power to move mountains on your behalf. You will be rewarded for this trust and all will be well. Do not think you must obsess over your circumstances to overcome them. And nor must you spend every waking thought on your intentions to manifest them. Let the universe know what you need, then go and allow yourself to embrace the joys of living. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. And then Sun God card here is definitely going to go very, very in line with the Hierophant. Sun God, come all, come now, expand into the skies and into the shadows below. Keyword here is authority, which goes very, very in line with the Hierophant energy. The Sun God is the ultimate expression of masculine energy, representing structure, authority, respect, and status. This is the card of the leader and represents all the qualities that make someone a force to be reckoned with. Your situation requires a strong hand and systemic approach. The Sun God does not allow his emotions to cloud his judgment, and neither should you. Communicate with clear logic and reason, and demonstrate your mastery and intellect. Any others involved in your situation will respect you for your ability to get right down to the heart of the matter. Additionally, this card reminds you that the leader rules with a strong hand, but is not a tyrant. Be mindful of arrogance and allow others their moment in the sun. The Sun God is at his best when he uses his strength to bring out the best in others. Which is, again, what a good leader does. A leader treats everyone as equals. A good leader does, anyway. A good leader knows that everyone has something to contribute and that there is no one person who's better than the other, who's above any of the others, and knows that every role is equally as important. So, definitely emphasizing that message of having what it takes to be a good leader and be an authority here of sorts. And bonfire. It is through remembering that you will wake the ritual of your existence and be reborn in mighty celebration. Keyword here is remembrance. In ancient days, all fires would be extinguished and a giant community fire created to represent the sun's power. Bonfire served as a reminder to seek growth, fertility, abundance, and to remember that dark days would be followed by light and all would be well again. That's also kind of going in line with the Sun God as well. In this way, bonfires represent a remembrance of the light within your spirit, a call to reclaim your inner power. Are you full of inspiration and dreams but fail to take action? We all have an inner power, but if left unused, this power sinks into the background, allowing your inner force to dwindle can lead to undesirable side effects such as low self-esteem, lack of motivation, negative feelings, or stagnation and confusion. The more your power is left unused, the less confidence you might have to seek out the dreams that are your right to claim. Bonfire brings you the gift of remembering the force within you and guides you to act upon the desires within your heart. This is a card of strong, forceful action, and when it comes to your spread, it is a sign that your plans, ideas, or dreams are likely to lead to success. Like all fires, your dreams must be tended to, or the flame will go out. Do not let your flame extinguish, for each time you do, it will become more challenging to light again. So, all about that inner strength and that inner power. That's very, very much going in line with the strength card here, okay? very, very much going in line with the strength card. So. Yes. Keep pushing through, okay? Keep trusting that all will work out for the best. I swear, I opened my door once. Once. And a fly made its way inside. Thank you, fly. I'll deal with him later. I'll have to go get my electric fly's water and get rid of him. Otherwise, he's just gonna be an annoyance. Yeah. Let's see what the Moonology deck wants to add here. And again, we're just gonna be taking these ones at face value. My goodness. Are you fucking shitting me? Why is there so much fiery energy and Leo energy from this fucking reading? Going very, very in line with that strength card and that Leo energy. New moon in Leo, confidence is your key to success. Also goes very in line with this. Because again, Leo ruler is the sun. And if that man there isn't super fucking confident, yeah, I don't know what is. And going very, very in line with both the Maypole card and the Bonfire card here. Waning crescent moon, have faith in your dreams. Oh, so is that out of focus? That looks like it's out of focus. Okay. So, for whoever needed to hear that message, I hope it helps. They, definitely had a lot to say for that first fucking reading there. My goodness. Okay. Hello. Okay. What message do those who might be watching need to hear today? I hope you're doing well. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. My goodness. And there's a random hiccup. Thank you. Okay. Reversed. Okay. Okay. I'm doing well. How are you? Thank you for asking, by the way. Okay. So we have some we have some very, very interesting energy here for this one. We have the Ace of Coins, followed by the Two of Coins. The Six of Swords, Knight of Swords, and Strength. Again, Strength is really just like, hello, I am here. So, okay, there's some new opportunities here. New opportunities here coming up for you soon, okay? If there's new growth, new expansion here with that Ace of Coins energy specifically. And there's progress to be made here, even if you can't see it yet. Also, I see there's an ad break coming up here soon. It's probably gonna interrupt this. Just let me know when ads pop up, okay? And if anyone needs me to repeat anything if it cuts me off. Okay, so there's progress coming even if you can't see it right now, okay? Even if you can't see it, trust that you are making progress, okay? You are making progress. You are growing, learning, expanding, okay? And what you're learning to do here, I believe, is learning to prioritize yourself here, okay? In the midst of this potentially messy situation that occurred in the past, that's taught you that you need to value yourself and you need to prioritize yourself. And you're learning how to do this and move on from this situation here, okay? There's the ad break. Okay, I will pause right here. Okay. Ad break should be over. That's a good question. I know it may be a bit of a weird choice, and I know it's definitely going to be a bit, definitely not like everyone's most like favorite card to see when it pops up for them in a reading and stuff, but mine is actually the Tower. But that's specifically because I actually work with that sort of energy and I welcome that sort of energy. So, um, the tower isn't a card that I fear. It's one that I very, very much welcome. Um, because it's specifically because I typically work with, well, one of my spirit guides is also kind of like embodiment of like that, like tower energy. Just, specifically like the chaos and destruction aspects of it. And it's I know a lot of people fear that because the tower energy for like various reasons. But to me, I know that what's crumbling and what's falling away are things that are only going to get in my way and things that will hinder my progress and my growth. It won't take anything that is, you know, like good, anything that's truly meant to be there, anything that's truly meant for you. It happens when there's a cracked foundation somewhere, where no matter how much we try to like patch it up or just build over it and build on top of it, eventually it's going to come crumbling down. And that's where the lesson of the tower lies. Everything has to be destroyed so you can get back to the foundation, so you're not building on a cracked foundation anymore. So that you can build on a solid foundation. A stable foundation. And you know, once the dust is settled and you take stock of everything, that you can truly begin to move forward with your healing in a very just empowered way, essentially. So I don't fear the tower. Are there times I don't like seeing it? Yes. Usually because it's kind of the guide that I just mentioned. It's usually him being a bit sassy and calling me the fuck out. And sometimes it's just like, sir, can you not? So, yes, for me, I like the tower. I know not everyone's, probably not gonna be everyone's first choice. Most people's first choice. But that's mine. Yeah. Yeah, that they do. And he is an extra sassy little shit. But he's also very loving. So. He's very sassy, but he also... he loves just as intensely. And, he's such a sweetheart to me. So, yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's him. Yep. For me, he has, energy of the tower, energy of the star, and energy of, temperance. Yeah. Yeah. But, back to the reading here. So there is, there is growth occurring here. There is progress being made here, even if you can't see it. And there is new growth, new experiences, new expansion to be had here with the Ace of Coins. And, some situation from the past, that you're moving forward from here has shined a light on the fact that there are some things that you need to reprioritize here, okay? One of those being yourself. You're learning where you need to refocus, where you need to place that focus, where you need to rebalance things, reprioritize things, and start shifting things and making plans so that you can move ahead into bigger and better things here, okay? And this is something that you will make progress with, okay? Even if you can't see it, there is momentum, there is movement, there is action here, okay? This is gaining momentum, this is gaining energy, and this is something that even if you don't see it, you The steps you are taking are moving you forward, okay? And I get the sense that, again, the strength card is probably popping up again because you're doubting, you're second-guessing things and you're doubting things because you might be struggling to actually see this progress. But most often, like, we don't really see that progress because we don't see that progress until further down the road when we realize, oh wait, it's been a while since that's something that I've actually had like an issue with. That progress happens with small, gradual, consistent steps, okay? Change doesn't have to be... Change and progress don't have to be taking massive steps, massive leaps and bounds, okay? Progress is progress. Don't diminish that. And trust that you are still making progress even if you can't see anything currently, okay? Even if you don't see the results of that currently, trust that it is being made. Continue holding on, continue pushing forward with this, okay? Because there are better things ahead for you. Much better things ahead. Much better things ahead. Let's see what the Oracle deck wants to add here. That popped out immediately. Okay, we have 2 here. Oh, no, there are 3. Oh, goodness. I just saw one of the cards. Okay. We have Primal. Hand Fastings. And it's gonna get a little bit spicy here, but the name for this card will make sense shortly. Orgasm. Okay, Primal. It's funny that we get Primal and Orgasm. Oh boy. Anyway. Primal. There is no other way around but through the very truth that lives within you. Keyword here is acceptance. Hush, you. There is a primal force flowing through each of us. You feel it when your tummy... Blech. You feel it when your tummy rumbles, and you feel the urge to eat, or when sexual desires overcome you while sharing a kiss with your beloved. These urges guide you to seek shelter when it rains, to cover up when you are cold, and to run when you are afraid. And while these urges are seen as being necessary for survival, other urges, such as honoring your wild, uninhibited self and raw nature, are not always welcome in modern society. However, they are equally essential to living. The Primal card is here to challenge you to let go of who you think you're supposed to be so you can become who you really are. If you have felt confused, stagnant, or lacking in motivation, or have a general sense you are going nowhere, it may be because you are trying to follow a path that isn't truly meant for you. Consider whether you are living to please others, doing what is expected of you, rather than what brings you joy and fulfillment. Alternatively, if you find that you are in alignment with your current goals, consider whether you have been trying to emulate others rather than expressing your true self. I cannot talk today. You may have similar goals as another person, but you do not have to go about achieving them in the same ways. Trust that who you are is more than enough without having to change your core nature or adapt to fit in. Which goes very, very in line with this, okay? And this is also kind of harkening back to that first collective a bit there too, so if you resonated with that one, this could be connecting to this for you here. Essentially saying, to make sure that you're following your path because it's what you want to do, and to not allow anyone to tell you what you can and can't do, okay? So, you shouldn't be doubting yourself, but also, you shouldn't be letting others' opinions and doubts of you or whatever get in your way either, okay? It's yours, your path to walk, your life to live. You get to decide what to do with it, okay? And also, don't compare your progress, your path to anyone else's. It's yours to walk, okay? What works for someone else isn't going to work for you. Okay? Find what makes you happy, find what works for you. And hand fastings. The poles pulse through all that I am. No hidden form is left untouched. I am willing, I am risking. For I yearn for unity spilled lustrously upon my lips. Keyword here is unity. You do not have to go it alone, Sacred One, as help and support are available to you. There are people in your orbit who wish to be a part of your sacred journey. It can feel as though you are taking a risk and trusting someone else with the most important parts of your life. This is true. But partnerships have the potential to transform into lifelong systems of support and joy if you let them. You have pulled hand fastings because your situation requires the help of another. If you are struggling in your business or career, consider finding a business partner with the skills you lack. If you're struggling to complete a project on your own, seek a guide or mentor who can teach you the methods so you don't have to waste your time. If you're struggling to make ends meet, consider asking loved ones for a little bit of help. There is no shame in seeking a helping hand, especially from those who are already devoted to you. This is what partnerships are about. They are a give and take without keeping score. So yes, you can rely on other people, okay? You can ask for help when you need it. You can rely on other people along your path, especially if you do need some form of emotional support. My goodness. So don't be afraid to rely on those close to you, okay? Sometimes we need a little nudge from others to help bolster our courage to continue pushing forward, okay? Don't feel bad for that. And this is definitely going to go in line with hand fastings, by the way. Orgasm. Trust your body, elevate your spirit, open the gates to your renewal. Keyword here is release. Release is a necessary part of life that you must give way to from time to time. When that does not happen, your soul becomes too overwhelmed and will seek release in other more destructive ways. This is never more true than with emotions. Emotions such as anger, sadness, jealousy, and rage can consume you if they are left unchecked. You may think you are getting over what you feel by ignoring it or locking it in the back of your mind, but eventually your emotional baggage will seek another outlet and may manifest in self-destruction, illness, chaotic outbursts, or other negative expressions of release. An emotional release doesn't have to be dramatic. There are many ways you can free yourself from the storm brewing within. Giving yourself to creative expression is a healthy way to channel darker emotions. Dance or cook, or lose yourself in art, body expression, or music. And the medium doesn't matter if it brings you a sense of freedom. So, this is about emotional release and not bottling things up, hence the name. Also because this is one of the best ways to actually find emotional release. That is why the name of this card is Orgasm. If that's what you feel called to do and that's what you want to do, go for it. Okay? However, as the card says, there are other that may not be the most effective method for a particular situation you might be dealing with. If there is anything that you're bottling up, this is where that hand fastings card is coming in. You're being asked to let it out, okay? You do want to do so in a way that's not going to be harmful to others, okay? You do want to be mindful of that, but this is telling you that it is okay to communicate what it is that you're struggling with, okay? To those that are close to you. Reach out for help if you need it, okay? This isn't something that you have to suffer through alone, okay? However, if you don't really have many people that you can rely on, it's a situation that you can't really talk about anyone to, or perhaps there's a specific situation regarding someone from your past who you're no longer in contact with, and communicating with them wouldn't be good for a multitude of reasons. Maybe you left behind, a situation where you were dealing with a toxic person that wasn't great, and you don't want to return to that sort of energy, so you don't want to contact them. Okay? If you're dealing with any situation like that, where it would be harmful to reach out and contact someone, or you just simply can't contact someone, journal about it. Write a letter as if you were going to talk to them, okay? Write a letter as if you were going to send it to them. You're not actually going to send it, so it's fully safe to just write down whatever it is that's bothering you. Let everything out without fear of hurting someone else's feelings here, okay? This is about releasing your feelings towards it, okay? And putting it down into words on paper can help you make sense of things and help organize your thoughts, okay? And help organize your feelings and get things in order, okay? So, write about it. Write it as if you were going to send this letter to them, okay? And let everything out without fear of repercussion, because you're not actually going to send it to them. And this applies to any situation you're dealing with, okay? It doesn't just have to be a situation involving someone else. If there's any stressful situation in your life that you're dealing with, feel free to write about it, journal about it, okay? Putting things into word and putting things down on paper specifically, or just verbalizing it in some way, okay? Helps process. It helps us process things, okay? So don't be afraid to do this for yourself. Okay? Just let it out somehow. You don't want to keep it bottled up, because it's just going to lead to an explosive outburst that's probably not going to end very well for you. Okay? You don't want this feeling to just continue sitting there and just festering, okay? Let it out. Let it out somehow. Okay, so with that, let's see what the Moonology deck wants to add. Okay. Let's see what we got here. That's going very, very in line with that Two of Coins card that's there. Full moon in Pisces, balance spirituality and practicality. It's all about finding a balance between things, okay? It's all about balance. And you and your loved ones are safe. New moon in Cancer. So, you're safe to express yourself, okay? And if you're dealing with a particularly, difficult situation that left you kind of feeling insecure, unsafe, and just potentially like you were in danger, you are safe now, okay? It's okay to be vulnerable with those that you trust. Okay. I hope that message helped. Okay. And with that, it is actually time to open the queue here. So, and there's ads. Of course. But yes. Let me go ahead and open queue. Okay. Queue's open for anyone who wants to join. Okay. Okay. Looks like ad break should be over. So for those who might have been stuck in the ads, queue is now open if you wish to join. So feel free to do so if you would like to. Okay. And what decks would you like tonight, Adam? Hello. You're gonna make me use both of the massive decks. It's okay. I always put the link to the deck list in the deck command every time it's choose your own deck night. It's all good. Okay. Oh, really? What 2 decks do you have? Nice. And the Tarot of the Divine is actually my main tarot deck. It's the one that I use most frequently on stream. And the Moon Witch is one that the Moon Witch that Moon Witch is one that I regularly use on stream too. So okay. You can let me know what decks you want, what 3 decks you want, because you can choose one from each category. You can let me know, what, decks you want when it's your turn. My goodness. I just cannot talk today. My brain is like somewhere else, I swear. Thank you. You trying to locate it? Hey, you tried. I don't know where the fuck it is either, so that's fitting. Alrighty, are you ready, Adam? Okay. What message does Adam need to hear today? Oh, goodness. Wait, that's not working. My goodness. There we go. Of course you gotta choose the Diablo deck and just... Like, these cards were definitely meant to be, like, art pieces, and I legitimately don't know what Blizzard was doing. But I love them. They're so beautiful. We got 2 cards for you so far. Okay, there's the third. Okay. What do we got? Interesting. Operator reversed. Operator reversed. Okay. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. We have... Yeah, see how massive these things are? Look at them. Look at them. They were definitely meant to be art pieces. Like, my goodness. Yeah, so what I do, this is actually how I do this, because this isn't the only big deck like this that I have. I don't shuffle, like, this way. I shuffle sideways. Which is a bit harder, but it does work. And then, to get a card to pop out, essentially I just kind of do it this way. So I do it the long way instead. It is massive. I love it though. Oh yeah, they are gorgeous. Like, that's the case for a lot of these decks. Like, this deck is a great example of that. And so is the Empyrean. The Empyrean camera does not do it justice at all. Like, the lenticular printing on those cards is just gorgeous. It's gorgeous. So we have the 8 of Pentacles, the 10 of Pentacles, and the Knight of Swords. So, essentially, you're being asked here to keep putting in the work, okay? Keep putting in the work. The rewards here are close at hand, okay? And this is something that you will see success with, okay? This is something you will see success with. Keep putting in the work, okay? There's more stability coming along here in the future. More, success and just essentially a lot of positive things ahead for you here. Okay? There are a lot of positive things here ahead for you. Okay? Aw. Thank you for that sub. Also, hello again. It's nice to see you. Oh. And thank you for the bits. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate that. Thank you. So, you have a lot of good things coming here, okay? There's still some work to be done here with the Eight of Swords. 8 of Pentacles. 8 of Pentacles. There's still some work to be done here, okay? Before you get to the reaping of these rewards here, okay? There's still work to be done. There's still a little bit of progress to be made. But you are close, okay? Just keep taking action on this. Keep taking action on this, okay? Keep putting in the work, keep taking action. Okay? And you will get to where you want to be. Okay. Type in the exclamation point choose command. Yep, there you go. He linked it for you. Go ahead and click that link. Click that link. I really cannot talk today. Go ahead and click that link and you can choose. You can choose what decks you want used in your reading when it's your turn. Yeah, I feel like that's just kind of how it goes. I feel like that's how it goes. Exactly. It's the curse of the streamer. Okay. And let's see here what the Samhain Oracle instead. I also find it interesting that you chose like 2 decks that are very much like the color scheme is very much black and red. Oh. My goodness. Okay. Hello. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty well. Thank you for asking. Okay. Uprighter reversed. Uprighter reversed. Uprighter reversed. Uprighter reversed. Uprighter reversed. Oh. Well, I at least hope that your night improves. Okay. So, they had words. They had words. There's definitely a theme here for you, Adam. There is definitely a theme. We have altar, followed by crystals and herbs. Followed by ritual. Followed by the underworld in reverse. Okay. So. It seems like they're kind of trying to tell you, particularly with that ritual card, the fact that you got altar, crystals and herbs, and ritual, I definitely think they're trying to tell you, particularly with ritual. I know what this card says. They're telling you to delve a little bit deeper into your practice here, sir. Okay. Oh yeah, this one is definitely... Samhain is like the night where, you know, like, the veil is the thinnest, ancestors and guides are able to communicate more freely, and you're probably gonna get a lot of messaging coming through around like that period in time. This deck definitely has that energy, and if they want you to like start developing your practice and start like exploring more of this side of yourself, they're definitely gonna fucking let you know with this deck. Okay? So, we have altar. A sacred devotion, a worship skin deep rising from the ash, the waters you keep. Keywords here are devotion, worship, and individuality. Your altar is a sacred space created to honor something in your practice, a space dedicated to worship and the devotion of your craft. It should not hold things that are not sacred to your energy work. It should be the place in your home where spirits of the wise gather and share their knowledge with you. Each altar you create is a beautiful expression of who you are. It's where you hold your connection to something in spirit that resonates with your inner self. Some things naturally belong on an altar, such as ritual candles, crystals, herbs, and a tame or a chalice. Personal items are welcome too. There is no right or wrong item to put on your altar as long as it holds special meaning for you. If you have pulled altar, it is because your guides are thrilled to see you making an effort. Oh. Oh. I love that! There needs to be an intention, a worshipping, and space so that you can harness your energy without disruption. Either a physical space such as an altar or metaphorical space like opening your heart. It is even better to have both, where you can come back to your true self. Know that you have a power deep within that needs a place to land. Your guides need a space to speak to you. They can reach you anywhere on the planet, and you can call on them at any time. Worshipping at your altar gives them an open invitation. They know they are welcome, and that you are ready to receive the gifts and messages in your sacred space. I love that. Oh. That definitely goes in line with, like, both of these cards. And, like, the super positive messages that you've been getting lately. So, keep putting in that same work, that same effort that you've already been putting in, okay? Like they keep telling you, you will find success with this, okay? And, don't be afraid to, like, connect with them further, okay? Like, it says you don't need a physical altar. This can just be, like, opening your heart to them, okay? If you feel like developing your craft, though, and actually, like, making a dedicated altar space somewhere, go for it, though. Hello! I hope you're doing well. And then we have crystals and herbs. I can help you with that. You know I can help you with that. Okay. Crystals and herbs. Oh, what medicine, what sacredness to behold. A dash of healing straight from Mother's home. Keywords here are Earth's medicine and healing. This card is an allegory for the profound healing that comes from working with Earth's medicine.
Land Tranquilla gifted a tier 1 sub to Ramadal. They have given 90
Aww.
gift subs in the channel.
Thank you. Thank you for gifting them a sub. I hope you enjoy that, Ram. This card is an allegory for the profound healing that comes from working with Earth's medicine. Sometimes you have to come back to the basics. Earth energy. This means touching the earth and her offerings, getting to know your crystals, herbs, essential oils, and the ground you walk on, forest bathing or sleeping under the stars, finding a quiet stream or meadow and speaking to your surroundings, talking to your plants or growing new ones. Invite earth healing into your life in whatever way feels right to you, as the earth is always here for you, but like your guides, Mother Nature needs an invitation. Pulling crystals and herbs is an invitation to find a deeper connection with earth energy. Mother Earth is calling you home, and that healing can be found within nature's language. The earth element represents grounding, connection, stability, and strength. Nature nourishes and supports you and all things on this planet. Behold the sacredness that is earth magic. You will feel more replenished as you develop your connection. This message is amplified if you felt burned out, if you are sleeping but are not rested, full but still hungry, or active but not energized. This card holds even deeper meaning for you, as it signals you've lost touch with the anchoring of working with earth energy. This message is even more significant if you've also pulled the Rooted card or feel called to read it. You're also getting a message of connecting with earth energy here, sir. I found it very interesting that this card just like started immediately as soon as I started shuffling the deck. Cards just started popping out. I also feel like there's also parts of this message that are just resonating with me as well. Because you know what I've been like doing recently, what I've been working on, and what I just like bought things to start getting into. Okay. And then we have Ritual. Can you feel them? Wild creatures linked by the very blood you will spill into your craft. A ritual of dedication to self and those whose gazes hold fire, but whose whispers carry you softly through the unknown. Keywords here are dedication and harnessing. Ritual is the very foundation of a witch's practice. It is the doorway to worlds unseen and a rite of passage. It is the deliberate honoring of the wise ones who have walked before us, the spiritual ones who watch over us. It is also a dedication to self, a place where you can find yourself in your practice and harness the power within. Ritual is a dedication to your craft and is about you showing up for things that are essential to you. Be it going to work, organizing your kids, or hitting the gym. Spiritual rituals are no different. If anything, they are even more critical than the day-to-day stuff of life. It is important to take time to honor your magic and the magic of those you call upon. By doing so, you are making a choice. If you've pulled Ritual, it is because you were being drawn to honor your magic in a more profound way. You were being asked to explore your power as a witch, truly, and to find the proper time and energy to develop your craft. Making time to honor each step of ritual magic through intention is like sending out a beacon saying, I'm here and ready to own my power as a witch. The powers that be will notice your efforts and begin to give you more power as a reward. Again, this is definitely about like deepening your connection to your practice. Maybe they gave you that opportunity there that you just recently received so you can kind of get some stuff. I know you already have candles. Maybe look into getting like some incense that you feel called to, and just for like basics for a ritual or for an altar. And maybe, since you're also getting a message about connecting to earth energy here, maybe look into planting things. And then we can be plant buddies. And then we have the underworld. So this is in reverse, but I'm still going to read Hold on. Let me test this card again. Upright or reversed? Upright or reversed? That's sideways. Right or reversed? That is still sideways. This is what happened when I started, like, flipping the card earlier, too. So I just left it reversed, because it just didn't want to go in any direction. It just kept flipping sideways. Okay. Also, there's an ad break. So. Underworld. Hand over your known, a shift is near. Take a leap, your journey is clear. Keywords here are transition and judgment. In magic, the underworld is a place of transition between one life and the next, a place where you can retreat to replenish your soul and learn the details of your next human experience assignment. That doesn't mean you won't find judgment when you cross the veil. It is often said that how you live one life will determine your abundance in the next. Those who go through life with loving, kind hearts will find prosperity and great love in the next. Those who were cruel will find themselves in a life of hardship and trauma as a way to atone for their unkindness. You know, I don't believe that shit. And how problematic I find that belief system to be. So you can ignore that part. So, the part to actually pay attention here to, I understand now why this card didn't want to go in a direction. I understand that now. I understand that now. This card didn't choose a direction because of the contents within. So for those who may have been in an ad break, I'm going to go ahead and reread this, okay? In magic, the underworld is a place of transition between one life and the next, a place where you can retreat to replenish your soul and learn the details of your next human experience assignment. That doesn't mean you won't find judgment when you cross the veil. It is often said that how you live one life will determine your abundance in the next. Those who go through life with loving, kind hearts will find prosperity and great love in the next. Those who were cruel will find themselves in a life of hardship and trauma as a way to atone for their unkindness. So, here's the thing. I believe in karma, but not like that. Karma does not pass through between lifetimes, okay? Because that would be very much like punishing an innocent person. Because they're going to enter that new life without knowledge of what they did in previous ones, okay? There is no fairness and no justice in that, which is why I find that belief system to be very problematic. Karmic energy is not carried through between lifetimes. Any karmic energy that you may face you will experience in the same lifetime, okay? So, that's why this energy of this card was just kind of like being super indecisive. It just kept popping sideways. Because this is indeed one of the cards in this deck that I have a problem with, but it's been a while since I've gotten it, so it's just like, why? Why? Why are you doing this? Now it makes sense. So, ignore that first half, okay? Okay? The message for this card is about transitions. It is about moving out of the old and into a new way of living. We've been clearing out baggage for a long time because it takes a long time to clear out ways of doing and thinking that make up our very ways of life. But it's time to step through the threshold into something new and different. This can be scary because it means something has had to die so that your new life may begin. You are more than prepared to handle this new path where it wouldn't have been given to you. Embrace the change, loved one. Okay. There we go. So, transitional period, which is also something that's also been coming up for you a lot. It's been coming up in messages a lot lately that, like, this is a period of transition, which is why things kind of feel a bit difficult at times, because you're literally working on unlearning past behaviors that you picked up due to the way you were raised and your immediate environment in which you grew up in, okay? And that's something that's like a key for me to compassion and understanding. Is understanding that we're all kind of products of our environment, okay? And that's why I do my best to understand people to the best of my abilities. And why I do my best to lead with that sense of understanding, which is also a key part to compassion for me. Compassion for me means kindness and understanding. Okay? So, essentially, we've all had different experiences. We're all going to have different learned behaviors, and sometimes some of those aren't great. And it's not our fault. Nor is it the fault of our parents or anyone else that came before us. Generational trauma is a bitch, and it's really, really hard to unlearn, okay? It is really fucking hard to unlearn. Okay? You're doing the best you can. And that's all that matters. Okay. And let's see what the Thera-pets deck wants to add. Oh no, I'm so sorry. That had to have been so fucking painful. I am so sorry. I hope you're okay. Okay. Come on. Whoa. Okay. My goodness. Oh. I'm sorry. Oh. Okay. So, we have here, everything is scary and you feel vulnerable, but that doesn't mean anything is going to go wrong. Anxious feelings aren't usually indicative of reality. I am a work in progress, and that is okay. I love this one. Remember this, okay? Remember this. That goes for any of you. Okay? Remember this. And it's okay to float along. It's okay to just be. They really like giving this one lately. You and I have both gotten this one a lot. So, I hope that message helps. That was quite a long reading. They had a lot to say. They had a lot to say. Yeah. Jellyfish one is adorable. And also necessary. A necessary reminder. A very good reminder. Sometimes all we can do is just exist. And that's okay too. Because we don't always have to be putting in progress. Or rather, putting in work towards that progress. So. Okay. And before I forget, I should also probably go ahead and issue a last call for Q here. So, I'll leave Q open for a little bit longer. And you may still join if you wish to do so. But I will be closing it here shortly. Okay. It's your turn, Yukihime. Are you ready? And also, which decks would you like? I know you already said tarot is divine, so... Unless you wish to change your mind, that's also completely fine. But, you may still choose an oracle deck and an extra deck. The extra decks are kind of like affirmation decks So, yeah. The Moon Witch deck or the Moonology deck? I have 2 moon decks. Okay. I figured you meant that one, but I just wanted to make sure. Alrighty. Oh, there we go. Okay. Eventide Affirmations deck. Okay. Alrighty. Let me take a drink of water really quick. I've been yapping a lot, and I'm very thirsty. Okay. Purple? Nice. That would make sense. When you did say that your favorite tarot card is the High Priestess, and you have already stated that you have a few tarot decks, so you're a practitioner, so that makes sense, because purple is kind of representative of it's representative of connection to spirit, essentially. It's energy that's kind of associated with oh, really? Huh. Yeah, I get that. Divinity definitely has a sense of humor for me as well. I typically go by the nickname Evie, but I typically go by the nickname Evie, but my actual name is Eva. Or Eva in Spanish. So I'm Hispanic, so Eva obviously being the Spanish word, Spanish name for Eve. And one of the most significant relationships in my life, his name is Adam. Uh. Yeah. That's a belief system of mine that, I've left behind. But being Hispanic, I was obviously baptized Catholic. But, I'm not a particular fan of, organized religions, so, yeah. It's personally not my thing. I don't really, don't really care what anyone else believes in that regard, though, so it's definitely not something I'm gonna hold against anyone, but yeah. They definitely had quite a sense of humor with me, though. And I do believe in, divine beings, but yeah. They kind of made sure I knew of their presence, though, because I actually have a few guides that are gods that contacted me. So they are, yes. It was something they kind of took from pagans back in a long time ago, yes. A lot of old churches even were repurposed pagan worship centers, essentially. Which is why sometimes you find hidden iconography that's related to paganism in Catholic churches. Particularly the very old ones. Okay, anyway. Nope, just got to yapping again. You're all good. Let's see. What does Yukihime need to hear today? Okay. Okay, let's see. We have... Right? Okay. Okay. So we have here the Nine of Swords, Temperance, the Knight of Cups, and the Queen of Cups. So, nope, that's a little crooked still. There we go. Okay, so there's a bit of a sense of anxiety here, coming from the Nine of Swords. Anxiety, fear, worries, self-doubts. Yeah. That's coming through a lot with the Nine of Swords. And also, there's kind of a similar-ish energy also coming from the combination of, like, the Knight of Cups and the Queen of Cups. I feel like this kind of has to deal with, you might be doubting your abilities, and you might be doubting yourself here. You might be doubting yourself and your abilities, and, just, there's also a sense with, the Queen of Cups and the Knight of Cups combination that there's potentially something involving, like, emotional vulnerability being something you struggle with here. Or that you're worried about here. Ah! Okay. That makes sense. Because I was definitely getting, like, younger energy vibes from, like, the Knight of Cups there. Okay. And the Queen of Cups was definitely, like, representing you here. Most certainly. Okay. I see. I see. Okay. Ah. Okay. Yeah. I understand that. Yeah. You might be worried about old feelings awakening here, yeah? Not necessarily from you, but in either direction. Okay. Okay. Yeah. The guidance here is to just take it slow, okay? Take it slow. Be patient with yourself, okay? And the situation, okay? Don't let these fears and anxieties get in your way, okay? You do have the emotional capacity to deal with this, and if necessary, if this is something that you absolutely don't want, don't forget that part of this Queen of Cups energy here is, Queen of Cups energy is very, very similar to the High Priestess energy, okay? It's about letting, it has that energy of spirituality and that energy of intuition here, okay? You'll know what's best here when you encounter this situation, and if you encounter any difficulties here with this situation, okay? And also don't forget that part of this Queen of Cups energy too is the capacity to put up boundaries where necessary, if that is the best course of action for you, if that's something that you absolutely do not want, okay? But just be patient with yourself, take it slow, and just be gentle with yourself. Just take it easy, okay? Also, there is an ad break here, so it hasn't popped up yet, but I do see the ad starting soon bar up there. So, let me know if it cuts off any part of this for you, and I'll repeat it, okay? But yes, there's definitely like a vibe of like not fearing this here, okay? And I get welcome back. I get the sense too that I get the sense that you're more so worried about him in this regard. And him developing feelings here. There are the ads. Okay. I'll pause here. Okay, welcome back. So, yeah, essentially, I just get the sense that this fear is coming from, is in regards to this Knight of Cups energy. So, yeah. It doesn't necessarily have to be representative of like a specific person here, but it's more so rather that the energy here of the Knight of Cups, the energy of the Knight of Cups here can sometimes kind of be like it's that player type of energy, or as some people like to call it, the fuckboy energy. The sort of energy of a person who will just kind of play with your heart and not really consider about the harm that it might do. Okay. That is the sort of energy that the Knight of Cups can sometimes hold. It's kind of slightly immature in a sense. They haven't quite yet progressed to this, like, level of emotional maturity, okay? It's not always a bad thing, okay? It's not always a bad thing. Like, that sort of playful energy can go both ways, okay? It can sometimes lead to, yes, that sort of player fuckboy energy, okay? But also, sometimes it's just like fucking that energy of just, you know, like slightly like young love and like super romantic energy, okay? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh. Okay. I get where that fear is coming from then. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like, it's not always negative here. Yeah. In this case, though, there was very much like, oh, that, like, sort of, like, difficulty with emotional vulnerability and emotional maturity energy coming through here. Which is kind of why I was just like, Yeah. And sometimes it starts off that way, but sometimes it just kind of doesn't really progress past that stage. And they just kind of stay stuck in that sort of mindset. And it goes south. Oh. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. It makes sense why that emotional maturity energy is coming through then. My fucking goodness. Okay. Yeah. So be patient with the situation, okay? Be patient with the situation. Don't be afraid to take things slow. And again, don't forget that part of this Queen of Cups energy, as she's kind of doing on the card here, she's placing her hand on top of the cup and sealing it off, okay? Just like her, you can choose to put up a boundary, to put up a barrier, and keep things to yourself. And just kind of tell him to fuck off if he tries anything that you're not okay with. Okay? So, yes. Don't fear this, okay? You can put up a barrier if you need to, okay? Okay? And let's see what the Oracle deck wants to add to this. Okay. That card popped out immediately. It's... okay. Okay. Why do these go so well together? Okay. We have spells and rituals. Bring magic and self-care together. And going along with this, we have Isis. Cast spells, protect, heal. Emphasis on that one. Okay? Okay. Yup. Yes. Like, again, there was like that definite energy of just like setting boundaries where necessary, definitely coming through, and then she's just like, hello. You called? Okay. Spells and rituals. Bring magic and self-care together. Self-care is sacred. Never underestimate its healing and protective powers. Self-care is your shield from unpredictable collective energy. Self-care comes in a variety of forms and rituals. For an introvert, it could be tending to plants, cuddling with pets, reading a book, or organizing an altar. For an extrovert, it could be doing tarot readings with a group of friends, dancing, or going away for the weekend. Basically, self-care can be anything. There is no such thing as a universal self-care ritual. You must listen to your heart, very much going in line with that Queen of Cups energy there. You must listen to your heart and find the best practices for yourself. It does not have to be fancy, expensive, or Instagram worthy. When you are charged, calm, and relaxed, you are in your fullest potential. Hell yeah. That sounds good. And then we have Isis. And also, because this card popped up, I can actually pull a special card for you. I will do that after I read this. There's something I typically do anytime this Isis card actually pops up. It'll make sense in a moment. So here we have Isis. Cast spells, protect, heal. Isis is the Egyptian goddess of fertility, magic, and healing. She is a mother of the Egyptian kings, as well as a witch. Isis brings the power of both lunar and solar energies together to feed and heal her people. She represents the deep and ancient mystery of the feminine ability to create and bring forth life, even from death. Such as when she used her magical powers to resurrect her husband from the dead. Isis is here to remind us that as women we have the power to heal. All we have to do is trust our knowledge and follow our intuition. Do not listen to people trying to tell you what you can and can't not do. Only you get to decide. You can achieve and manifest anything you put your mind to. So, speaking of deities earlier, that actually ended up for some reason one of the people I mentioned earlier, how for some reason some divine beings decided to make themselves known to me, and are actually spirit guides of mine. She would be one of them. And I actually have a deck for her. So you're gonna get a card pull from it. What would you like to add to this reading? Oh, you can trust that they're there, no matter, like, if you sense them or not, okay? They're always there. Oh my goodness. Ma'am? Not you. Her. Not of Isis. Truths unveiled. She just like, the deck just kind of started popping out like a few cards there. Okay, Knot of Isis. Energetic stabilization with the Buckle of the Beloved. Each initiate has their own unique spiritual blueprint with particular skills. It's funny because you mentioned guides. Okay? And wanting to have a connection with them, and this card popped out. Which is why I was just like, ma'am? So, each initiate has their own unique spiritual blueprint with particular skills, talents, and higher destinies unfolding that use their unique attributes. Part of your spiritual blueprint is a special relationship to the energies of the goddess. This means that not only do you have the important spiritual task of helping her thrive in this world, but you were afforded her power, protection, and abundance too. You are now deepening your connection to her. So, speaking of divinity and divine beings and spirit guides, they're always there protecting you no matter what, which is the message of this card, okay? Even if you don't sense them, trust that they're there behind the scenes. And if there is a specific deity that you do feel pulled to, perhaps look into that a little bit. Okay? And Truths Unveiled. Speaking of spilling tea, this one likes coming up when there's tea to be spilled. Oh, also, Adam, would you close the fucking queue for me? I almost forgot. Truths Unveiled. The Revelation of Isis. There are times when appearances of people, places, and things are truly deceptive. You will sense this when something feels uncomfortable within you, when you notice feelings of anxiety or doubt within you. You may think there is something wrong with you, but you are actually intuitively sensing that all is not as it appears to be. It is wise to trust your inner feeling rather than being convinced by outward appearance. There is a situation in your life, especially involving relationships, where something is not as it is being made out to be. To avoid undue suffering later on, Isis guides you to the truth and revelation now. Oh boy. So. There is someone definitely laughing. But essentially the message of this card is to just trust your instincts, okay? It's very, very much powering up that energy of the Queen of Cups, okay? Trust your intuition, okay? Let your intuition and gut instinct guide you through this situation, okay? And just take it slow as you progress through this. You know what's best for you, okay? And if you feel like you need to put up a barrier if he starts trying anything funny, go for it, okay? Let your intuition lead you, okay? Yeah. Judgment card is often, interesting that you get the Judgment card. Judgment card is often the signal from spirit. it's that trumpet call from spirit that all about following those signs and signals that spirit is giving you, okay? And very, very frequently those come from spirit guides and spirit in general, okay? That's why sometimes when you listen to your intuition, you just kind of feel pulled in a certain direction. And you can feel that pull even more strongly sometimes when spirit is there trying to lead you to something, okay? And you definitely have that judgment card would definitely go very, very in line with this Not of Isis card here, okay? Spirit will be there to kind of nudge you and lead you in the right direction and help you if you feel like you need help in this situation, okay? They're always there in your corner, working behind the scenes, doing things that they can to make sure that you're sticking, that you're being led in the right direction, okay? So if you feel a bit lost, a bit uncertain about where to go, sit down, tap into that inner power a little bit and see what drops into your intuition and see where you're feeling pulled towards, okay? That's kind of what that, like, judgment card is all about. So, at least for me. So. So they're there to help you if you need them. Okay? They're there to help you if you need them. Even if you don't have a direct method of communication with them, you can still put that intent out there and ask them for help, okay? And just know that no matter what, they're always there helping you. And one thing I will say, too, like, if you want to, if you want to feel that connection to them, it may be happening without you even realizing it sometimes. They're letting their presence be known in, like, more subtle ways. Like, particularly if you ever feel like out of nowhere, if you ever notice just like a strangely warm sensation somewhere in your body, particularly if you ever feel it in your heart, just out of nowhere randomly, particularly if it happens, especially if it happens like in moments of struggle, that's essentially spirit letting you know that they're there, okay, and that they're supporting you, okay? So if you ever notice any feelings like that, or if you ever feel like randomly there's a warm touch on you, like your shoulder, or if there's a warmth at your back, or whatever, okay, that is spirit letting you know that they're there and that they're supporting you, okay? They're there. And if you want them to make their presence more known, you can ask them to, okay? It can be. Like, what sort of smells come through? Is there like a particular scent that comes through frequently? A sweet smell? Like, is it like a kind of like a perfume. Like a sweet smelling perfume of some sort. Yeah. That can definitely be them. That's another way in which they can sometimes make themselves known. A sweet smell? Yeah. I get what you mean. Yeah. Okay. And real quick, let's get your affirmations card here. Your Eventide affirmations. Okay. My goodness. My goodness. Okay. Yes, thank you. So here we have, I can release shame and judgment of myself. So if you're still holding on to like shame and judging yourself for like a perceived past mistake that you made, particularly with him, let that go. You don't deserve to carry that shit. Okay? You don't deserve to carry that shit. Very, very much going in line with that Queen of Cups energy and this energy here. I trust myself to make choices that are in alignment with my highest good. So trust yourself, okay? Trust yourself. And I am worthy of having my needs honored, okay? You're worthy of being treated right. Okay? Don't you ever forget that. Ooh, okay. I hope that message helps. Yeah, that was one hell of a message. Of course. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah. Yeah. I also usually find it pretty easy to tap into energy and tap into spirit particularly. My connection to spirit is very, very strong. I just struggle with trusting myself enough. To actually deliver messages about the feelings I get. Okay. We got an ad break starting here soonish. But it's your turn, Angel Nimya. So, what decks would you like? There you go. That link right there. Okay. And what oracle deck? And what affirmation deck? That meme and Tarot of the Divine are both tarot decks. Which of those would you prefer? Oh, it looks like we have ads. One sec. So there's a section called Oracle, and then there's a section called Extra. The extra decks are the affirmation decks, and the oracle decks are the oracle decks that you can choose from. The oracle decks are where I have the most variation. Illuminators Amulet? Okay. And which oracle deck? Oracle decks start with the Work Your Light Oracle and end with the Threads of Fate Lumen Edition Oracle. So all decks between those two are all oracle decks. Moonology or Moon Witch? The Moon Witch was the one that we just used. The Moonology deck is the other one. Okay. If you want to type it now, you can go ahead and do so. It's usually just easier to wait until it's your turn, because I might have to go searching for your message. But if you want to type it now, that's fine. If I struggle to find your message, I just might have to ask again. But it's all good. Ooh. Eh. Okay. Whew. What message does Angel Nimia need to hear today? Okay. I can't guarantee that your question will be answered, but We'll see if it will. Okay. Oop. Oop. Right arrow first. First. Nope. Right arrow first. Okay. So, we have the chariot reversed, Ace of Coins, and 7 of Coins here, okay? So, essentially, what's coming through here is that you might be experiencing a delay here with something, or you're just uncertain of what direction you should be moving in, okay? Or just generally uncertain of how to move forward with something, okay? And this might be leading you to just kind of doubting things and questioning where it's actually going to lead you, and if it's actually going to lead you anywhere productive, okay? The answer here is that there are new opportunities here coming your way, okay? There's growth, further growth here to be had, and there are new things coming your way, okay? New experiences to be had as well, is essentially kind of a vibe that I get. Now's the time to essentially continue putting in the work is the general, gist here. But before you put in that work, if you want to make sure that it's not feeling like it's being wasted and your time and energy aren't being wasted where you're putting it, it might be time to pause and reflect and see if there are any adjustments that need to be made here, okay? Pause and reflect, see if this is actually something that's if you actually like the direction where you're going, and if you actually like how this feels, okay? It's okay to venture into something, try it on, and see how it feels, and if you realize it's not for you, it's okay to change your mind, okay? So, just check in with things, okay? Check in with things. And make sure that you're okay with the direction in which it's going, okay? And that it feels right to you. Is essentially the vibe there. So, yeah. But yeah. Let's see what the Moonology deck wants to add. Ooh. Okay. 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 I feel like this one is definitely answering your question, even if it doesn't seem like it is currently. Okay. Cardinal Moon. Be bold and make the first move. So, yeah. I don't know how you feel about that one, but, yeah. And then we have Supermoon. Emotions are running high. Okay. And I think that's where there's like a pause for like reflection here kind of vibe coming through. I kind of get the vibe that it's soon. Ah, oblivious sort of energy. Okay. That makes sense why there was like a vibe of like wasted energy coming through. Okay. And a sense of frustration. Okay. Your efforts aren't being wasted, okay? He might just be completely clueless and might not know how to take this, okay? Ah, okay. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. Sometimes you just have to be, like, super obvious in that sort of case, yeah. Because, yes, they don't pick up... Like, people who... People who have autism and, like, people who are just generally on the, neurodivergent spectrum, in which autism is included. Many people who are neurodivergent do struggle to kind of pick up on social cues. So, yes. Yeah. You might need to be, like, a bit more obvious here. And... maybe... the pause and reflecting thing might be, like, in this case, be from him. Okay? Okay? He might just be kind of struggling to comprehend it currently, okay? But that doesn't mean that you won't find success with this, because the Seven of Coins is still a card of success, okay? There's just also an element of, like, reflection here, and, like, readjustment, particularly, here, with the Seven of Coins, okay? It's progressing. The Seven of Coins holds that energy of, like, progression, but before you move forward, make any necessary adjustments is kind of like the energy of, like, the Seven of Coins, okay? So, yes, it might be time to just kind of change your approach a little bit, so you don't feel like you're wasting your energy here. So yes, exactly. Clear communication helps, but again, if you also feel like you're also on the neurodivergent spectrum, even that can kind of be hard. To just kind of, you know, do your best to clearly communicate what's actually occurring, especially when you get in your own way and worry that you might be like too intense or overbearing and shit. Which is a common worry with people who struggle from, you know, like struggle with various, you know, like issues that pop up with neurodivergency. Okay. Yeah. So, this definitely isn't a sign that you should like necessarily like stop putting effort into this. I know that feeling. I know that feeling very well. I'm sorry you feel that way, but do your best to push past that fear, okay? And maybe it's time to just kind of straight up ask him if you feel like it anyway, and if you can muster up the courage. Maybe it's time to straight up just be like, you know, maybe you just need to straight up ask, like, if you hold any interest in things progressing further with him, okay? And ask if there's a level of interest. A level of interest. I do get the sense there is, which is again why I feel like there's that message about like it's okay to like reflect on things and like try things out, and like if either of you realizes that it's like not for you, you can just, you know, change your mind, and that's completely okay. Like that doesn't mean it's wasted experience, okay? You're still both putting yourself out there, and if you can gain any level of just enjoyment out of it, like that's not wasted experience. Like far too many people, and I get why this is a thing, and again, there's some people who do like kind of require a certain level of like emotional connection before like they can even gain interest in someone, and I'm not like talking about like these people at all when I say this, but because that's completely valid, okay? That is completely valid, and as someone who does identify as demisexual, I get that, okay? And demi-romantic. I get that, okay? I get that. But far too many people are too worried about the future and like what's at the end of this relationship and where it actually leads. And you know, like, is this actually going to lead to something long term? Is this going to lead to marriage if that's something that you're actually interested in? That it stops them from actually just having a relationship that would still offer something to them, even if it doesn't progress any further than just a relationship that doesn't end in, you know, like marriage or something like really long term, like a permanent partner, okay? Like, it's okay. if this doesn't end up being permanent. I don't get the sense that this is something that's just going to be temporary, but like, I feel like this might be just kind of something that perhaps is getting in the way here. Like, if you realize that it's not for you, and something happens somewhere down the line, and you end up having to, like, fucking separate for some reason, that's completely okay. It's okay to change your mind. If you realize that you're not meant for each other, and separating on, you know, like, amicable terms where you both mutually agree that, like, you don't see this leading to where you both want to be in a relationship. Yes, it's going to hurt, but that's the most emotionally mature thing that you can do in that moment. Is to value yourself enough to actually realize, hey, I actually want something, like, I don't see this leading to where I actually want to be. And I just, like, want to let you know that. So, again, like, essentially, vibe here is focus on the present, okay? Don't worry too much about the future. It's okay if you both want to try things out and see what happens, okay? And if you do, and you both or either of you realize that it's not, like, it's not gonna work out, it's okay to change your mind, okay? Just see where things lead. You won't know until you try. Which is the vibe. Particularly with this. Okay. And we're actually going to go ahead and read the entries for both of these cards here. So Cardinal Moon, be bold and make the first move. Now is the time to be bold, bossy even. Take matters into your own hands. Cardinal signs are powerful and self-starting. They're determined and great at organizing. Drawing this card strongly suggests that you're going to need to be all those things to get your ideal resolution or position in the situation you're asking about. This card may challenge you in how strongly you really want something. If you're worrying about a situation, it is a suggestion to be less passive. Instead, take an assertive stance as you steer events where you want them to go. Speak up for what you want. If you're serious about sorting things out, you may need to take the lead in some way to step up as a leader. Attuned to the Moon section for this is, the Attuned to the Moon section is essentially a little affirmation that you could be repeating to yourself. The Attuned to the Moon section affirmation for this is, I am taking charge of my destiny. Ah. Yeah, you might just need time to sort things out and figure out, like, how he's feeling about things. Ah! Oh, I see. I see! Yeah, I can see how that would create some, you know, like, anxieties in, like, both of you. And the emotions running high. Supermoon, emotions running high card. Definitely, yeah. This card suggests that the answer to whatever you're asking is writ large like the silvery full moon set against the velvety night sky. If you're wondering about how successful something is going to be, such as a job or a relationship, the answer is very. To use common parlance, the answer to your question may well be that it's under your nose. This card is about being larger than life, being special and bursting with energy that you can tune into and work with. You can expect plenty of good things and a positive outcome when this card comes up, but you may find there's a lot of emotion to deal with too. There's also a sense that the opportunities around whatever you're asking about don't come along every day, so take action. Attuned to the Moon section for this is, success is close, I just must trust. So, yeah. He might just need some time to just sort things out and make sure that he's not entering things for the wrong reason. And just kind of inspect how he's feeling about things, okay? So. Overall, there's a lot of positivity here, so you might just, you know, might just need to hold out a little bit here. And just be patient with the situation, okay? And just wait to see where it leads. Okay? And let's see here. What this wants to add. Oh! This deck wants to be a little sassy. I forgot to mention the Illuminators Amulet deck is definitely very sassy. So, stop ruminating, which means stop overthinking it. Definitely a little sass there. So just be patient, okay? Be patient with the situation, okay? So I hope that message helps. Of course, thank you for stopping by. Okay. Okay. Valerie, are you still here? Doesn't look like they're in the chat list anymore. They may have left. Okay. Well, to keep things moving, I'll go ahead and move to the next person in queue, but if they come back, I will give them their reading. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're in the chat list, so, yeah. If they come back, I'll give them the reading. Okay. There we go. Okay, Ram, it's your turn. What decks would you like? Okay. also just realized I didn't use the cat deck for your reading. I just automatically grabbed the Tarot of the Divine. You asked for the cat meme. Huh. Well, I guess that means you did mention the Tarot of the Divine deck, though, so... Guess that means that one called to you for a reason. No, not you, the other person, Angel Nimya. Whoops. Okay. Oh, we got ads. Oh yeah, I completely forgot to mention, by the way. So this season's... oh yeah, right, ads. My goodness, how am I this scatterbrained? I'll share that in a moment. My goodness. Just in case anyone's in ads. I'm just something else tonight, I guess. My goodness. Oh, I'm very scatterbrained lately, but thank you. I do appreciate that, though. That's just me in general, though, so it's not a big deal. That's just me. But, as I was going to say, and started saying it and then realized, oh yeah, ads. That's why I called myself out for being so fucking scatterbrained. I forgot to mention, picking up this deck reminded me, so the Seasons of the Witch, series of decks, they recently, just like earlier this month, like, I want to say probably like even less than a week ago, honestly. It was probably about a week ago, though. They released a new deck in the series, the 6th one in the series, the Litha Oracle. I ordered that on Friday, and it should be here sometime next week. So, unfortunately though, I'm not sure. I hope it does. I hope it does. Unfortunately, I don't think it'll arrive before Tuesday, but it should arrive sometime next week. But, unfortunately, I don't think it will arrive before Tuesday, but I hope it does. I really hope it does, because that means we get to use it for our next stream on Tuesday. And for those who don't know, on Discord, I do post like a schedule that includes like dates for like special events that I do. One of the special events that I do every month is in the middle of the month. I call it Mid-Month Madness. I mixed together all Seasons of the Witch decks and divide them into piles, and then I have the person who's getting a reading choose a pile that they feel called to. And it allows for, you know, like, all of the energies of the Seasons of the Witch decks to mix together and give, very unique readings. And yes, it's chaotic. It is very much chaotic. But I like a little controlled chaos every now and then. So... So, I'm not sure that it'll be here for Tuesday for the Mid-Month Madness stream, but once it does arrive, we will be using that deck. And I may just decide to kind of do another iteration of Mid-Month Madness later in the month. Maybe. So, yeah. And if any of you are interested in, the... I just realized I forgot to post it to social media. My bad. I'm terrible at posting on social media. I really am. I will post the schedule at some point on social media for those who are actually interested. But the most reliable place to get those sorts of notifications, if you are interested in doing so and getting access to, like, the calendar graphic that includes my stream schedule and, like, dates for, like, special streams that I have planned for the month, because I do have, like, a few special events that I do every month, and there are some that I would like to implement in the future, but uncertain about. If you would like to get access to that calendar graphic so you're, like, notified in advance about, like, special streams that I actually have planned, that is available in the Discord server. I post it at the beginning of every month. And speaking of, that reminds me. Speaking of, another thing that I have planned that I just do want to make known for people who might be interested. Next month, in June, for my birthday celebration stream, we'll be doing tarot birth cards again, okay? Because the last one that I did was a bit chaotic and a bit disorganized, and I would actually like to do tarot birth cards again, okay? So, we'll be doing that next month in June. Nice! Also, thank you. Oh my goodness. Girl, I'm turning 31. Yeah, I know. It can seem a bit daunting. I know. But, oh yeah, it absolutely is. It's just more so, I don't care about aging. I do not fucking care about aging. It's more so just that it's just like, I swear I just celebrated my 30th birthday not all that long ago. It's more just like, where did the year go? What the fuck? Hey, if you think any of us actually have things figured out because we're older, we don't. Okay? We don't. I still don't have my shit together. I still have no fucking idea. Okay? You're good. Don't worry about it. Yeah. 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 That's on, it's a facade. Like, if even older people, okay, just like very rarely actually actually have everything figured out. Okay, life is just always continuously a learning journey in some regard. Okay, and yeah, if you're worried about being childish or being perceived as childish, fuck that shit, okay? Don't let society fucking kill that sort of energy in you, okay? Because that is what will carry you through life. Is that energy, that fucking whimsical energy. Okay? Don't let anyone take that from you. Ever. But anyway, enough yapping again. I keep getting sidetracked. Into your reading. What message does Ram need to hear today? Excuse me. Oh, it's all good. Don't worry about it, Pixie. Okay. 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 We have... Wait. Okay. Uprighter reversed. Uprighter reversed. Okay. Uprighter reversed. Upright or reversed. Upright or reversed. Okay. Upright or reversed. Why? Hold on a second. Upright or reversed. Okay. There we go. Okay. We have the Fool, followed by the Chariot, followed, both in reverse, followed by the Star reversed, followed by Emperor, and the Sun. So. Okay. So. There's definitely a vibe of uncertainty here. And an energy of feeling a bit lost. Yeah. They can definitely feel like they're a bit in all caps the readings from this deck are a bit in all caps because it's all major arcana, okay? But don't get worried about it. The energy of this deck is very lighthearted, and I bought this deck because based on, you know, the imagery on it and the fact that it's just cat memes, I definitely figured it would be very lighthearted and wouldn't take it. It would definitely be one that would just, like, not take itself too seriously. And yes, that's exactly the vibe of this deck, and I fucking adore it for that. So, yes, there's a vibe of uncertainty and feeling lost, and like you're uncertain of what direction you want to be moving in here, okay? Okay? And that's completely okay. Again, as I just said a few minutes ago, it's okay if you don't have everything figured out, okay? It's alright if you don't have everything figured out and you're not completely sure where you want to be going. Okay? And because of this, I get the feeling that you're also just kind of... It's exhausting. Kind of worrying with these anxieties and these fears and these doubts and this uncertainty, and wondering what the hell to do with your life and how to move forward. And this might be causing you to lose hope. Okay? But here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. I know this is especially amplified too when the world is just kind of in current state that it's in. Yeah. I understand that feeling. That's something that I'm still trying to kind of get back into myself. I'm still recovering from a situation that caused me to take an extended break for like 9-ish months, and I stopped streaming for that period in time. So, yeah. Yeah, I understand that one real well. I suffer from depression as well. So, and anxiety disorder, and PTSD, and all sorts of other shit, okay? I get you. It's okay. And it's okay to feel that way, okay? It's okay to feel that way. And those feelings can definitely be amplified when there's just all sorts of shit happening around you in your just general life, and also just on a global scale. It can amplify these feelings within us, okay? So it's okay to feel like this, okay? There is still some healing that needs to be done here. And healing will happen, okay? And this is something that you can get on top of, okay? Again. This is something that you can get on top of again. Don't stress yourself out and worry yourself too much about, like, how you're gonna get there. And, you know, like, just... yeah. Don't worry too much about that, okay? It's really easy to get lost in that, like, lost in those anxieties and those fears and just start spiraling. I've had that happen to me very, very frequently lately, and my spirit guides have definitely had to just kind of pull me out of it a few times, and the last time it happened, it was very, very intense. And yeah. Lots of crying. So, Um, I know it can be very, very hard to resist that urge and to very easily get caught up in that like negative spiral, okay? And I know it feels like there's a lot that's out of your control right now, and there's a lot of uncertainty right now, okay? But focus on the things that you can control. Focus on the things you can control. Don't worry about the things that are out of your control, okay? Unfortunately, especially with current state of the world and just current state of everything, there's a lot that's unfortunately out of our control, and it can definitely feel like there's a lot that's out of our control currently, okay? And that situation can often seem very hopeless. Okay? But do your best. Do your best to try not to get sucked into that spiral of negativity. Try your best to focus on the things that are in your control, in your immediate environment. From the cards. Well, there are definitely a lot of good things ahead for you, yeah. If that's what you're asking. But, focus on what is in your control and what's in your immediate environment, okay? I know that feeling. I know that feeling. That's very, very frequently a point for me that ends up leading to that spiral. Because of how hopeless everything looks. Okay? But things are finally starting to change for me, okay? Tonight was probably one of the better nights that I've had in a while, because I'm actually starting to see changes. I'm actually doing my best not to silence those feelings and energies that I'm actually picking up on. And for once, I don't feel like... I don't feel worried that I'm going to do a terrible job and just relay, like, the wrong information. And that's been like a gradual build-up here. Like, readings lately have definitely been very intense. And in a lot of times, especially for the ones that include myself, like the collectives, they've been talking in all caps. Okay? And that's been gradually just intensifying with time over probably like the past couple of weeks. And finally, for once, I'm actually not so lost in that anxiety that I'm silencing everything that I'm hearing and feeling. Is it perfect? No. It's still there. Thank you, by the way. That does mean a lot. I promise it does. And I know how hard it is to trust that things will work out, and how hard it is to be patient while you're waiting for things to get better. I've been in a depressive rut for about a year. Yeah. And that's the thing to remember about depression as a mental illness and not just as an emotion. It comes and goes. It's never going to really completely go away, but it will get more manageable. Okay? With practice, as you deal with those lows more and more, you'll eventually learn methods of coping. Methods of improving things and pulling yourself out of it little by little, okay? So, do your best to do your best to try to not get pulled into that negative spiral. Where you're just constantly tearing yourself apart and tearing yourself down, okay? Do your best to focus on what is in your control and what you can do to help distract yourself. And don't feel bad. I'm only saying this because I have experience with this, okay? I know I very, very frequently get so fucking hard on myself and just fucking berate the shit out of myself. Because I feel weak and like a failure for the fact that I need to distract myself from these feelings occasionally, okay? Don't do that. Do your best to resist that urge, okay? You're not weak, you're not a failure, you're not any of those fucking awful things you tell yourself for the fact that you need to distract yourself occasionally with something that takes your mind off of things, okay? It's not wrong to do that. It is okay if you need to take a break from things and go distract yourself with something that makes you happy and is fun, okay? That's the point, is to actually enjoy ourselves. We shouldn't feel guilty for wanting that. So if you need to distract yourself, distract yourself. It's okay if it's a fucking temporary band-aid. It'll help you process things to get to a point where you can actually work through things, okay? It's fine. And trust that the darkness will not last forever, which is what the sun is here to tell you, okay? Darkness does not last forever. There is an end to it eventually, even if it's really hard to fucking see it sometimes, okay? Go chase that joy. Go chase that. Go chase the things that you enjoy, that make you happy, that you have fun with, that make you passionate, okay? And by that I mean go do those things that actually take your mind off of it, that actually give you momentary happiness and take your mind off of things. Those things that you're passionate about, those things that you have fun with, okay? Focus on those feelings of... Focus on those positive feelings, okay? Goodness. It's okay to struggle, okay? And it is important that we actually do properly work through those feelings, yes. And there's an ad break. Of course. Okay, I'll wait a moment, just in case. Okay. So, it's okay to struggle. It's okay to not be okay. Okay? Right! I forgot you did get a gift sub. Thank you again, Adam. Okay. So, it's okay to struggle. It's okay to not be okay. Don't let anyone tell you, don't let anyone tell you how you should feel and that you should be over it by now, okay? Don't let anyone tell you, you know, like, you don't have anything to fucking feel sad about. You can process your emotions on your own time. Okay? And a healing journey very frequently is not linear. And sometimes it will feel like we're kind of going backwards. But I promise you're not. Okay? I promise you're not. Let's see what the Oracle deck wants to add. We have the greenhouse. May it be clear the intentions I sow in preparation for the path ahead. Self-ceremony. Create the visions you desire. Take action in the plans that lead to fulfillment. And amethyst. Go where your spirit dwells, where your sight is clear and your breath is liberated. Yeah. You do have this, even if you feel like you can't, I promise, okay? I know it can be really fucking difficult to hold on some days. And I know how hard it is to resist that feeling of just like wanting to give up, okay? On everything. And feeling like there isn't a point to doing anything anymore. Okay? But in those moments, just do your best to just exist, okay? You don't have to put pressure on yourself to do anything other than just exist in those moments, okay? You don't have to be productive, you don't have to be doing anything special. If you need to take some time to just do absolutely nothing occasionally, do that. If you need to take time to indulge yourself a little bit in something, maybe, you know, like, if you have a sweet tooth or something, and you feel, you know, like, you just need a little ice cream and maybe a little cake, or just whatever your favorite sweet treat is, or whatever your favorite food or snack, whatever is, and you want to treat yourself a little bit for once, do it. Okay? Don't feel guilty about that. Okay? Whatever it is that you need to do to fucking survive, do it. Because your survival fucking matters, okay? Because you do. I'm sorry to hear that. I know that feeling. That happens a lot when I'm really stressed and depressed and anxious and shit, so yeah. I get that. I get that. Greenhouse. May it be clear the intentions I sow in preparation for the path ahead. Keywords are sowing seeds, preparation, planning, setting things in motion, and clear path. Greenhouse is one of the most positive cards in the deck, and pulling it means you are about to welcome a joyous new start. Unlike with other cards in the deck, this fresh beginning is something you've chosen for yourself and are excited about. You have all the potential to create something momentous, however this card also warns you not to expect miracles. There will still be a lot of hard work, dedication, and even some failures along the way, but the overall result will likely be very successful. If you're feeling stagnant or are in a challenging situation, this card encourages you to begin planting the seeds and preparing for a new idea or opportunity to drop into your lap. Dress for the job you wish to have, start researching things you'd do if you had the money or time, or get together a plan of action for a goal even if you don't have all the resources to make it happen. Receiving this card means the pathway is clear and you are covered by the safety of your cosmic greenhouse. You don't need to wait until external conditions are right to move forward with your plans. So, overall, new beginnings, lots of positivity and just good shit, essentially, with this card, okay? And then we have Self-Ceremony. Create the visions you desire, take action in the plans that lead to fulfillment. Keywords here are planning, future self, material pursuits, and focusing on desires. Your ego has become a bit of a villain, but it can be just as powerful as a tool as your intuition, guiding you to things you want for your life and family. So, I want to point out, in this case, by ego, it probably means, not that you... When people think of an ego problem, they typically think of, you know, like that overconfident sort of shit. But there can also be a lack of confidence here that creates a different sort of ego problem, okay? I get the sense that's what this is talking about, okay? It's not that you have too much confidence or shit, or that you're just full of yourself, okay? Because that's what a lot of people think an ego problem is, okay? It's not. Sometimes it goes in the reverse, and sometimes you don't have enough confidence in yourself. You struggle to see your worth, and you don't value yourself enough. Yeah. I wouldn't worry. I wouldn't worry about immaturity issues, okay? Don't worry about that. Legitimately, don't worry about that. Yeah, I know that feeling, but sometimes there's just shit that's just kind of out of your control. Like, in regards to, like, getting your shit together, and, you know, like, if you're worried about immaturity in the sense of, like, getting your shit... Ooh, hiccup, sorry. If you're worried about immaturity in the sense of getting your shit together, and, like, either pursuing, you know, like, higher education, or, you know, like, a job and finding, like, a stable job for yourself and shit, don't worry about either of those things, okay? You can't control the job market, and, like, society has put so much emphasis on needing to go to, like, college and university for, to actually get, you know, like, to create a stable life for ourselves. But, you don't. You don't. You don't need to put that much pressure on yourself currently, okay? Particularly when you're this young. I know a lot of people put a lot of pressure on younger people to just figure out what they want to do with their fucking lives, and it's just like, I don't fucking know what I want to do with my life. Do you know how long it took me to figure out what I wanted to be doing? Here's a hint. I still don't know. But for now, I was led here. Because apparently they fucking told me that they being guides. And cards. They told me I had something to offer here. Okay? I still have no fucking idea what I want to do with my life. None. None. But for now, I was led here. And this makes me happy. I like helping people. And they keep insisting that I have something to offer here. Do you know how many times I've wanted to give up on this, by the way? Because I doubted myself? Do you know how many times I fought with myself to actually be here and stream? It's won a few times. Those self-doubts have won a few times. Exactly. Exactly. That's why I said don't let anyone take that sense of, like, whimsy from you, okay? Don't let anyone take that from you. Because that energy is what will get you through life. All those sad, miserable adults that you see, that's because they forgot how to actually embody that childish energy. You don't ever want to fucking get rid of that. Okay? They either forgot how to do it, or society has told them that they shouldn't be doing that. That's wrong, you shouldn't feel that way. Get that fucking shit out of your system. Hell no. Fuck that. And fuck anyone who tells you that. Tell them to eat a bag of dicks, okay? Okay. Ultimately, it's your higher self that guides your ego's choices. Your ego is more focused on material and self-serving pursuits, but you shouldn't feel guilty for wanting a comfortable lifestyle or seeking earthly accomplishments. Exactly. It's true that money can't buy happiness, but it can certainly buy things that contribute to your well-being, safety, peace of mind, and joy. Exactly. Also, here's a reminder, money can't buy happiness only fucking applies to the ultra rich when you've made so much money that you don't know what to fucking do with it, so you just spend it on worthless shit in the hopes that it brings you fucking happiness, okay? Money doesn't buy happiness is very frequently used against people who are struggling. As a way to make them feel guilty. Because they want things and they want to survive and not live a miserable life. Yes, the money itself may not actually make you fucking happy, but you sure would fucking be a lot happier if you could actually fucking survive. So fuck that shit. This card urges you to take a more active role in where your life is going and what you want to fill your life with. Being intentional doesn't mean you can't leave room for going with the flow. Pretending to like something or someone for the sake of being in flow is denying yourself your truest desires. And the universe would rather you provide a vision as a starting point. In return, you will be presented with options or even upgrades for your original plans. Rather than asking the universe what your life purpose is, try telling Spirit what you want to do or enjoy doing. And then ask how can I make this happen? Oh, sure. I can start over. Your ego has become a bit of a villain, but it can be just as powerful a tool as your intuition, guiding you to the things you want for your life and family. Ultimately, it's your higher self that guides your ego's choices. Your ego is more focused on material and self-serving pursuits, but you shouldn't feel guilty for wanting a comfortable lifestyle or seeking earthly accomplishments. It's true that money can't buy happiness, but it can certainly buy things that contribute to your well-being, safety, peace of mind, and joy. And then after that, it went on a rant that, again, a reminder that the phrase money can't buy happiness only applies to the ultra-rich who have more money than they can fucking use, so they just spend it on worthless shit in the hopes that it brings them happiness. Okay? The phrase money can't buy happiness is very, very frequently used against people who are struggling, or used against people who want something. Because God forbid you fucking want something. And it's done to make them feel guilty for wanting those things. Or, you know, not wanting to live a miserable life. Like, yeah, sure, the money itself might not actually give me happiness, but I sure would be a lot fucking happier if I could actually afford to fucking survive. So, yeah. This card urges you to take a more active role in where your life is going and what you want to fill your life with. Being intentional doesn't mean that you can't leave room for going with the flow. Pretending to like something or someone for the sake of being in flow is denying yourself your truest desires. And the universe would rather you provide a vision as a starting point. In return, you will be presented with options or even upgrades for your original plans. Rather than asking the universe what your life purpose is, try telling Spirit what you want to do, or enjoy doing, and then ask, how can I make this happen? Then sit back and let the powers that be show you the way forward. If you are uncertain about what you want, receiving this card is your sign to start envisioning your future self, letting your mind guide you to your wildest dreams. So, don't be afraid to dream, okay? And don't feel guilty for wanting things and wanting stability in your life. Yeah. Like, it's okay to want things, okay? And you should never feel guilty for wanting things. Or wanting a comfortable life, particularly. Okay? And like the card said, if you don't know what you want, don't be afraid to dream. And think about what it is that you would actually like to have. What sort of life you would like to have. Okay? And Amethyst. Go where your spirit dwells where your sight is clear and your breath is liberated. Keywords here are intuition, spiritual connection, and stress relief. You may be experiencing a very emotional or stressful time when you receive the Amethyst card. Perhaps the situation has gotten out of hand and you aren't sure how you're going to resolve the matter. Amethyst is considered to be both a stone of spiritual connection and helpful in seeking sobriety, which suggests the answer to your question is likely a balance between spiritual and practical means. Taking time to clear your mind in a meditative practice could help in seeking a solution to your problem, or it could provide information or inspiration for your next steps. However, it is still up to you to put the guidance you have received into practice. Connecting with cosmic intelligence has no useful power if you are unwilling or unmotivated to act upon this gift of wisdom. Trust that your intuition is correct and will guide you to the right outcome. Additionally, this card encourages you to find productive ways to manage stress and warns of the destructive habit of playing the victim. Also a phrase I don't like, so ignore that one as well. Okay? We don't do that shit here. We don't do that shit here. So. That's a phrase that has far too frequently been used, ironically enough, to blame the victim. I don't fucking do that shit. Okay. Perhaps you even feel powerless against your impulses, but giving in to temptation is likely to lead to further heartache. While it may not be easy, there is a way out of your circumstances because deep down you know what to do even if you don't want to do it. Okay. So. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, we don't do that phrase here. There's only one situation in which that phrase of playing the victim is acceptable here. Okay? So, the message of this card. You're likely feeling that way, and it sounds like you are feeling that way. And you're guilting yourself for feeling that way. Okay? Don't. You're allowed to feel the way you do. You're allowed to feel the way you do. And yes, you might know what you should be doing, but you can't find the motivation to do it, and that's okay too, okay? It's important to check in with whether that's actually correct or if you're just guilting yourself. Exactly. Are you just guilting yourself, further feeding into that spiral? Don't feel guilty, okay? You don't deserve to be so hard on yourself and tear yourself down that way, okay? Exactly. That just leads down a very, very self-destructive path, okay? Let your intuition guide you during this, okay? Check in with those gut feelings. Try to sort through that anxiety. Try to sort through that guilt. What is it that you actually want to do it? Or what is it that you actually want to do, okay? Yeah. But yeah. I'm guessing, considering with a combination of self-ceremony and amethyst, I'm guessing, and something that you said earlier, I'm guessing what they're getting on your ass about. You probably haven't eaten, have you? At the very least, they're getting on your ass about taking care of yourself. Making sure you are eating, making sure you are doing the bare minimum for survival here. Okay? And I know that feeling. I know that feeling. I struggle to pull myself out of bed sometimes. Okay, good. But at the very least, they want you to take care of yourself, okay? Take care of yourself. Oh, I'm sorry. Ah. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, this isn't... I don't... like I said, I don't get the vibe that this is about getting your shit together and, like, pushing you... You know, like, about... Essentially that whole, you know, like, pull yourself up by the bootstraps sort of fucking message. It's not that, okay? Again, putting pressure on yourself, trying to figure out what to do with your life, that's not helpful. And don't guilt yourself for, like, not knowing what to be doing. Yes. But yes, take care of yourself. Just, you still need to do the bare minimum to survive. Yes. And if all you can do in a day is survive, that's fine. Don't guilt yourself for that either. Okay? Don't. Just don't. It's that sort of energy that's going to feed into that spiral, okay? And I know it's easier said than done to let go of that sort of, you know, like, mindset. But to the best of your abilities, just try to let go of that guilt and judgment of yourself, okay? Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So, I'm going in line with that amethyst card. Very, very in line with that amethyst card there. Okay? I can trust my intuition to guide me in my journey. Okay? So, you know what you need and you know what's best for you. Okay? Don't be afraid to... Don't be afraid to take breaks when you need to, because trying to push yourself too hard is just going to lead to burnout and worsening those feelings that you're already struggling with, okay? This is why we don't want to focus on those feelings of guilt and shame and judging ourselves and just being, like, overly hard on ourselves, okay? We don't want that sort of energy. And going in line with that, we have, I can love and accept all parts of myself. Don't judge yourself. Don't judge yourself for feeling this way. Release that guilt. Release that shame, okay? Like, you're dealing with a really difficult situation right now, okay? You don't have to be doing anything meaningful right now. Other than taking care of yourself and making sure that you have everything that you need to survive, okay? And if that's all you can manage, that's okay. That is okay. That is completely okay. So I hope that message helps. Oof. Just remember, essentially, remember here that that guilt will just get you nowhere, okay? And focusing on that guilt will get you nowhere. Okay? It's just gonna feed into that. Gonna feed into that self-loathing, okay? Sorry. I don't know. It blocked that message. Automod blocked that message. For a specific phrasing there. But Automod there is just kind of being a little bit paranoid. Like, loosen up a little, Automod, for fuck's sake. Oh boy. So hello, Vera. I hope you're doing well. Okay, and what decks would you like, Pixie? Blech. Exclamation point choose. Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Veroth. No command for that one, sadly, though. But thank you. cat meme and Moonology? Okay. And what affirmation deck would you like? Those are the ones in the extra deck section. There's the Eventide Affirmations, Illuminators Amulet, and Thera-pets. Okay. I think we're gonna go with Thera-pets. Yeah, exactly. Thera-pets. I immediately, when I listed all of them, I heard a Thera-pets in my fucking right ear. So yes, we're going with Thera-pets. Okay. What message does Pixie need to hear today? So my goodness, this is probably like the longest I've streamed in a long time. My goodness. Okay. Reversed. Upright first. Upright first. Upright first. Okay. Upright or reversed. Okay, so we have the Fool reversed, the Chariot, the Hermit, and the Lovers. So I get the sense here that there's delays in something here, and you might not be quite where you want to be yet in some situation or journey of sorts. You're just not quite where you want to be with something here, and this did initially pop out up reversed, but it did flip upright and stayed upright. After I flipped it again. I usually toss them twice for that reason. Unless they landed in like a specific direction and they stay in that direction. The first time I toss it. That always gives them an opportunity to kind of tell me what direction, not only what direction it wants to be in, but like if it flips, that tells me, if it flips, that tells me that it might be kind of pulling from like both sides of that energy. Specifically if it flip-flops. So the Chariot did initially pop out reversed, but then it flipped upright and stayed upright. So there is a bit of that reversal energy coming through, I feel like, which is kind of, again, like that sense, lack of a sense of direction and just like general uncertainty, okay? And feeling like you're not making the progress or not getting the results that you want with something is the specific vibe that's coming through here. Yeah, essentially there's worries about delays and not getting the results you want here, I feel like. And this is kind of leading to like leading to you kind of feeling a bit discouraged, I feel like. And you might be, specifically with a hermit, I get the sense that you're kind of, you're isolating a bit, or you're worried that you're alone in this. You feel like you're not, like you don't have the support that you want, or you haven't been allowing people to support you. And the message here is, specifically with the lovers, the lovers in the chariot here, okay? The chariot being upright. Essentially, like, if you aren't experiencing, like, if you're experiencing delays here and it's leading to a sense of frustration and impatience, and you're worried about like not getting the results you want here, and you're not seeing these results or something, and you're worried about where this is leading and if it's going to end up the way that you want it to, essentially the message here with the chariot is that there is progress here, okay? There is movement, there is momentum here, even if you can't see that yet, or even if you're doubting that this will come, okay? And it's okay. During like this, going back into that like sort of energy of like feeling isolated, it's okay to rely on those close to you that you trust, okay? Because that's where the energy of the lovers comes in here. It's an energy of significant connection, like significant connections, and essentially communication. Okay? There may be some decisions that need to be made moving forward, which is also like another energy from the Lovers card here. I'm not quite certain if that's the case here. I don't really get that vibe, but if you're feeling stuck in some decision here, that's where that would come in. Again, I don't get that vibe though, so I don't get that vibe. So essentially, don't be afraid to rely on those that are close to you, okay? Particularly if you're finding yourself in a period of struggle, or just kind of generally, if you're feeling isolated, okay? If you have people in your life that you trust, people that you're close to, like family, a partner, or friends, close friends, like, don't be afraid to rely on them here, okay? It's completely fine to need like a little bit of like extra emotional support if you're dealing with a particularly difficult situation here, okay? But this also might be about the thing that you're waiting to occur, that you might be experiencing delays with. So, or isn't going the way that you want. But yeah. Let's see what the Oracle deck wants to add here. I feel like this will probably give a bit of insight into a specific situation. Okay. And we have the energy is gaining momentum, which is definitely going in line with that Chariot card about progress and momentum. Then we have third quarter moon adjustments are required, and full moon in Sagittarius, look at the bigger picture, which I feel like are kind of, both of these are kind of dealing with this, about where you're experiencing delays, and moving forward with this. So, let's see. Waxing moon, the energy is gaining momentum. During the waxing moon cycle, hope springs eternal. This card is a very positive omen, indicating that you can create the reality you're dreaming of, though it will take some work and you're not quite there yet. This is a time of energies rising up. Emotions are building too. Where do you want to go, and do you believe you can get there? Either you can just keep meditating and focusing on your desired outcome, or you can make the courageous commitment to take more practical steps towards your goals. Whichever you decide, you are most certainly on the right track. The Attune to the Moon section for this is I know I'm headed the right direction. And we have third quarter moon. Adjustments are required. Think of yourself as a vessel that has been filled more and more over the past few weeks. Some of what has come your way may have been wonderful, but there is also a lot of negativity, and you need to let go of this. Whatever situation you're asking about now, be honest about whether there are toxic emotions involved, which you need to release into the ether. This card also comes with a promise that all is not lost. However, there are changes or adjustments required before you will get to where you want to be. A change of course is forecast now that recent events have been understood and acted upon. There may also be a crisis now which will remind you what you want and that it's time to let go. What it's time to let go of, so pay attention. Attune to the Moon section here is I am reevaluating the situation. Okay. And full moon in Sagittarius. Look at the bigger picture. Are you thinking too much about the details of your dilemma? Fretting over minutiae can be counterproductive. Or perhaps you're being all talk and no action. This card is a reminder that while it's good to think things through, sometimes you need to step back and look at the bigger picture. What do you then see about your current situation? What's the most positive thought you can have about it? Now is the time to count your blessings, even if you don't yet have exactly what you want. This card is also a reminder that we often have to take a few risks and go with uncertainty on this journey called life. Try to keep an open mind about what's for the best. The universe could surprise you. Attune to the Moon section for this says take time out for a mini break or adventure. So yes, don't get too lost in the details here. If you can't see the bigger picture yet, just wait for it to reveal itself here, okay? Yeah, adjustments might be required here along this path before you can move forward with it again, but don't stress out too much about it, okay? Either way, there are definitely good things coming. Which is the vibe with, like, this card and the chariot below it, okay? So, yeah. And let's see what the Thera-pets card wants to add. Thera-pets deck needs to add, rather. Okay, there we go. And here we have... Aw. Just do your best, it will be enough. Your speed doesn't matter, forward is forward. And I am a work in progress, and that is okay. Okay. And yes, doing your best is all that matters, okay? And trust that progress is being made even if you can't see it, okay? And this progress, specifically in regards to the progress that you were making with yourself, okay? It's okay to be a work in progress, to have things that you need to work on with yourself, okay? Okay, I hope that message helps. Okay. Hey. Okay. Looks like we have an ad break coming up here in a moment. But what decks would you like? And also, what would you like to be called? Would you just like to be called Dixons? Or is there something else? Dixon is fine? Okay. And what decks would you like? Were you here when the Diablo deck was used earlier? Diablo deck is, if you're curious, by the way, it's beautiful if you've never seen it. It is massive though. That is the one drawback. It's massive. Like, it's about the size of like these cards. And it's a tarot deck. So, you can imagine how hard that one would be to handle sometimes, because oh. You need some hand strength to shuffle that fucker. Okay. Welcome back. But yeah, that one, it's a lovely deck, but you can definitely tell it was probably intended to just be used as like an art piece and not actually meant to be used, because it's huge and it takes some hand strength to shuffle. But does that stop me from using it? Absolutely not. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let me go ahead and... Okay. There we go. Let's see. Yeah. The Power of the Divine is my main deck. That's the one that I use most frequently, and that's also my main personal deck that I use too. So this one's a good choice. I am connected to I'm connected to all of my decks, but this one's something else sometimes. So and what message does Dixon need to hear today? Okay. Interesting. Right reversed. Upright reversed. Upright. Upright. Eh. Upright or reversed? Upright or reversed? Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. It's funny you say that. Okay. So, we have the Eight of Swords. Followed by the Sun reversed. Followed by Knight of Cups reversed. So, Knight of Cups and Sun reversed. There's definitely moodiness here. And potentially some very deep-seated emotions here. That you might be dealing with currently, it seems like. Very frequently, the Sun, for me, in reverse, is usually a sign of a depressive state. I don't know if that's something that you're dealing with currently, but seems like maybe. Okay. Blockages. Blockages. The Eight of Swords, I see. But yeah. The Sun reverse doesn't necessarily have to be, like I said earlier, it usually is indicative of, like, a depressive state. That's usually for me. Yeah, and the Knight of Cups is definitely pointing towards just, moodiness and, yeah. So, something feeling Okay, it makes sense as to why the Sun then. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I know that feeling. The sun reverse usually pops out for me when there's a lot of just, like, deep-seated emotion that we just kind of, like, don't know how to process. That's when that one pops up for me. So, I see. And, yeah. Heartbreak is definitely par for the course here with, the Knight of Cups reversed, because that's also... I don't know if you were here earlier when I called out the Knight of Cups energy for, like, that sort of fuckboy energy. And, how, yeah. In reverse, that then kind of leads to, it's fitting for reasons, because that energy use usually, by the way, I just want to preface this by saying I'm not saying that that's, like, that energy that's happening here at all, but rather the connection between the upright and reversals of this card. Upright here, upright with the Knight of Cups very frequently is sometimes referred to as, like, the fuckboy energy. It's that sort of player energy that can, like, lead to heartbreak. And that's where the reversal, that's what that reversal typically means. Yeah. And upright, that sort of energy is, yes, indeed, usually very short-lived, which is why it's called, like, fuckboy energy. Okay? That sort of energy that plays with your heart. The sort of energy that plays with your heart and just, like, plays games with you, okay? And that sort of energy then leads to heartbreak. Yes. Yes, it's usually very short-lived. So yeah. Okay. It makes sense as to why the Knight of Cups popped out then. I see. I see. Yeah. The Knight of Cups is definitely, yeah, about, like, playing games, playing mind games, playing, like, games with your heart and shit, so, I'm sorry you're dealing with that. That's why I mentioned, by the way, like, the energy of, like, the Knight of Cups upright. There is definitely that energy there, just not necessarily from you. So, yes. I mean, I think that's a very valid response to that. That is kind of not a very tactful way to put that. That is completely tactless. Like, that is like a valid response. Don't fucking feel bad about that. That's not like you just, like, spiraling for, like, no fucking reason, okay? And, like, seeing things that aren't there. That is a very tactless response. That's not... Yeah, definitely going very, very in line with this Knight of Cups energy. Jeez. Okay. Yeah. No, that's just a completely tactless response. Like... Fuck. Like... It's just that specific phrasing that's just kind of a little, like... What the fuck? Like... It's one thing to say that, you know, like, you don't see a future together and that it's not working out and that you should, like, separate, but it's one thing to say, I don't feel anything. That's just not cool. That is, like, just completely just, like, lacking emotional maturity. So, yes. I'm sorry that you dealt with that. I'm also sorry to hear that. Oh, fucking yikes. I'm sorry you dealt with that. I'm really, really sorry you dealt with that. Also, to answer your question, I don't stream every day. I stream every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Okay? So, the next time I'll be around is Tuesday. if you wanted to stop by. So yeah, no problem. Thank you. But yeah, I'm really sorry that you're dealing with that. And yeah, yeah. Okay, that makes sense why these specific cards. That makes a lot of sense, because definitely not really speaking to a whole lot of emotional maturity there. Definitely very much fits in line with that Knight of Cups energy. So, but yeah. So, yes, some very deep-seated emotions that you're dealing with here and not really sure what to do with them, and it's leaving you feeling just kind of stuck. So, yeah. And it sounds like you have a lot to process. Oh. I'm sorry. I know what that sort of feeling is like, though, unfortunately. Especially, like, when we don't really know how to process our emotions and really what to do with them, we just kind of, like, throw ourselves into anything else so that we just don't have to deal with it. But the thing about that is, it's just usually a temporary band-aid, and that usually doesn't help us in the long run. So, it's okay to want to do that initially, but if you want to sit down and actually process it when you actually can, I will recommend that one way of doing so is, and I know it's a bit cliche, but write about it, okay? Simply putting things down into word actually helps a lot, okay? Verbalizing that, putting it into word in some form, whether that's actually talking about it, though it sounds like you don't have anyone to talk about it with. So if you don't have anyone to talk about that with, as cliche as it sounds, and yeah, as cliche as that sounds, essentially, yeah. Yeah. No, I get that. I get that. I get that. Essentially, if you want to explore a way to actually help process this, if it's something that you feel would actually be helpful to you, as cliche as it sounds, journal about it. Write about it, okay? Putting it into word, can actually be very, very helpful, okay? Especially if you don't have anyone to talk with it about. Write about it, okay? Just write about it. You can journal about it, and sometimes when we're dealing with a specific situation or like a specific person, sometimes it helps to write a letter. Okay? Like, write it as if you were going to send them a letter. But the thing is, the intent here isn't actually to send it to them. Okay? but you want to write it as if you are going to talk to them, okay? As if you are addressing them. And because it's not actually being sent anywhere and not actually going to make it to them, and that should never be the goal here, you do have the freedom to essentially just let everything out without worrying about hurting someone else and hurting someone's feelings, okay? Because you're not actually sending it. You're not actually going to do anything with it. You're just doing it for yourself. And giving it an outlet, essentially. Where you can just write down everything about this person, the situation, and all the emotions that you're doing your best to bury here, okay? Because holding on to those and burying those and just pushing them away just creates a festering wound, okay? Exactly. And if that's what works for you, that's fine too. Verbalizing it works. But the reason I bring up this is if you want to bring in a bit of symbolism into this situation, if you want to bring a little bit of symbolism into this situation, you can take that letter, if you actually write it, like physically write it on paper rather than just like typing it up. Though if you want to type it up before you actually write it down because you want to like organize your thoughts and organize the letter, because I'm like that, I do that. Even though, you know, the point is to just let the words flow. But that's why sometimes if you intend to actually write a physical letter to like take this next step with, sometimes it helps to just type it out first and let everything out and just let the words flow. And then you can organize it, and then you can write it down. And then, using some symbolism here, you can burn it. Symbolizing that you're releasing this situation, this person, these self-limiting beliefs, whatever it is that you're struggling with, okay? Whatever it is that's going on in your head. Whatever it is that you want to let go of and find freedom from, okay? That's specifically why I mention writing a letter, if that's something you would like to try, okay? You can burn that in a safe method, and essentially then you can symbolize letting that go by doing so, okay? It helps kind of put that intent out there. So, if you are curious, by the way, if you're unfamiliar to burn it, I promise it's completely safe, as long as you're actually, like, being completely safe here, okay? I don't know if you have, like, a fire pit or something. Ah. Yeah. Yeah, it can take some time to actually see results with that, okay? That is one thing that I will say. Like, I did, essentially, I've done this a few times before, okay? It still takes time to, it still takes time to heal. It's all about the symbolism here, and, manifestation here, takes time, okay? We won't see immediate results, but essentially, sometimes what happens is when we release a few things, when we like intend to release something, other things kind of start coming to the surface, and that can kind of lead us to thinking that we're moving in the wrong direction, when actually what's happening is that we're moving deeper into these emotions and they're surfacing themselves, revealing themselves, so we actually have awareness of them so that we can work through those as well. Healing is not linear, okay? And sometimes it can feel like we're taking like 2 steps forward and 1 step back, okay? Or sometimes, in the worst cases, 1 step forward and 2 steps back. So, it can feel like we're moving backwards, okay? But often what's actually occurring is that we're just delving deeper. The deeper we go into this healing journey, the more stuff we start revealing. The more stuff starts coming into our awareness so that we know what else we have to work through. So, that doesn't mean that you're going in the wrong direction. That means you're just progressing through this journey. Healing is not linear. Healing takes time, and it's not something that can be rushed. And if anyone ever tells you that you should be rushing or that you should be over something, you can tell them to fuck off, because your grief and the way you experience grief and any like struggles is unique to you. It's all going to be different for everyone, okay? And no one gets to tell you how you should feel about something, or that you should be over it, or any of that sort of fucking bullshit. So you can move. This is something that we all have to move at our own pace with, okay? And something that, yeah, I get that. Trust me. That's why I very much like doubt a lot of the experiences that I have, particularly with like messages and stuff that I get from spirit and stuff. Particularly because I do have like I do have like such a deep connection to my spirit guides, and one in particular, a very, very deep connection to, and there'll be times where I'll get like messages, or I'll hear things from them, because they will speak to me in that way sometimes. They will speak to me that way. Like, one in particular is pretty much like always present and always talking to me. He's there for support. He's always doing his best to help me work through things. And he's very sweet. That is so cool. That is so cool. But yeah, so, we frequently, like, talk with each other, and he does his best to, like, reassure me, about so many things. I was going to say, that sounds like Celtic to me, okay? Immediately, that sounds like Celtic. And in fact, there's like this specific part of Celtic mythology involving stags, a white stag in particular, and if you ever dream of that, it's a sign essentially that it's time to kind of embark on your spiritual journey. But yes, I do have a pretty strong connection to spirit, and particularly apparently there's ads. I'll pause there 1 sec. Suppose while there's an ad break, I'll take a sip of water because I am actually getting very thirsty. Okay, welcome back. As I was going to say, and this is part of like where that self-doubt comes for me too, is also from this, because of the experiences that I've had are very strange. And there are a lot of people that I know that would think I'm insane. And you know what? Valid. I think that a lot too. But, I appeared to have a very strong connection to spirit, and also a very strong connection to divinity, okay? A few of my guides, and a few of my guides actually are deities, okay? They are. They are. I fucking love that response. That's awesome. So, one of said deities that I actually have a connection to, who's actually one of my guides, if you're curious, the one that I was just talking about, who's constantly just with me at all times, and who I have like a very strong, like deep connection to, like we're very, very close. Set. It's Set. I call him Mr. Sass, though, because he is a sassy little shit. He is a sassy little shit. And that itself just struck me as odd, and also scared me a little bit, because it was just like, wait, what? And neither. The animal depiction is typically referred to as just a set animal because it's unclear what animal it's supposed to be based off of. However, it appears to be an okapi, which unfortunately are extinct. in that region, I believe. At least the version that was present in that period of time no longer exists. It's extinct. It has been for a long time. There are still other okapi that exist, but they are endangered. They're listed on the endangered species list. Like, there are like different breeds of okapi in other regions of Africa, but they are still also endangered. But the breed species that he appears to be based off of is long extinct. And yes, god of chaos, destruction, violence, all that sort of shit, okay? And there is a period in time, in ancient Egyptian history where it was after the Greco-Roman invasion and period of rule, essentially, where he was essentially demonized and made out to be, you know, like evil and just, you know, overall not good. Which is why initially when I felt that pull to him before he ever revealed himself, I felt that pull to him in ancient Egyptian, like, history and mythology and other gods for, like, the longest fucking time. Like, pretty much since I was a fucking kid. And that was something that as I started venturing down this journey for myself, that I started feeling again, and it made no fucking sense initially because I was just like, why? And then I specifically started feeling a pull to him again, and it scared the fuck out of me because I was at the time trying to like reflect and meditate on what deity I was actually feeling pulled towards, because it was definitely most certainly a deity. And the thing that came up was Set, and I was just like, wait, isn't he just like not good? And then I was just like, no, that can't be right. And eventually it started intensifying again, and I was just like, okay, fine, let me look into this. And there were other events that I won't get into. It's a whole long story, and a lot of it is just, there's a lot of private shit involved with this too, and it involves another person whose business I don't really want to delve into. But anyway, that started like intensifying and like appeared again and started intensifying, and so I decided, like, some things happened and I decided to look into researching that myself and looking into like what his whole deal was. And there's a point in this journey that I realized, oh wait, I've been treating him literally the same way pretty much most other people are treating him. And like, as I like meditated on this sort of energy further, it was always like that sort of like tower energy vibes, which I talked about earlier is an energy that I very much welcome and that I work with. And I was just like, why am I afraid of him? And then after I started like progressing deeper and deeper on my spiritual journey, and I got to a point where after the eclipse last year, suddenly I was starting to experience things that were very strange. It wasn't too long after that, like about a monthish later, that guides started kind of making themselves known and actually venturing in and just being like, hi. And then he comes along and I'm just like, the fuck? And from experience, I can tell you He is the exact opposite of how he's depicted. Okay? Yes, he can be intense. Yes, he can be very sassy. And definitely does not take any bullshit. He's not evil. He's not, like, violent. And he's... yeah. Exactly. That's also why I only use mythology, established mythology, as a baseline. Because, particularly for, like, ancient Egypt, because there were so many depictions of the gods, each, like, major city had its own, like, mythology involving, like, certain gods and stuff. And when you try to, like, mix that all together and shove it into one cohesive thing, it kind of creates something that's a bit messy. So, if you allow him the space to be, he's actually quite sweet. Though, that might take a bit of a bit of time to get there, because that probably does require a bit of, like, a deeper level of connection with him. Yeah, I've heard of him. He's actually mentioned in the Beltane Oracle deck that I have. He's actually, funnily enough... Hold on. Speaking of sun gods, because this is Ra, by the way. He's also present. Here. Speaking of sun gods, I want to say the Beltane Oracle. I believe he's mentioned on the sun god card, actually, if I remember correctly. He is. That's why I immediately, when you mentioned that, I immediately thought of the Hermit card in this deck, because there's a white stag, and I immediately thought of the Beltane Oracle. Sir Nunos is listed right there. That's, again, the card that he's listed on is the sun god card in the Beltane Oracle. Here, if you let me go back to that card. So this page right here again. Sir Nunos is listed right there. Sun God is the card that he appears for. But anyway, yes, that's my experience with divinity. They're often not as they're depicted to be. So, yes. I prefer to kind of experience it myself and treat the mythology as a bit of a baseline for what they might be like. And to add on to your message there, about feeling alone and abandoned by your guides, you're not. They're always there, okay? They're always there. They might just kind of be waiting for you to reach out in a more intentional way. And if you're dealing with some sassy little shits, I can speak from experience. Sometimes um sometimes they might get a little bit upset. Yes. Just, oh my goodness. I just noticed I've been streaming for almost 5.5 hours. Just trying to put trying to put my thoughts together. My goodness. Sometimes they can get a little upset if they if you don't reach out to them enough as well. I'm not saying that that's the case, but more so if you make it a point to actually reach out to them and ask for guidance and ask for help, they love when you trust them enough to actually rely on them, okay? And they may be just waiting for you to actually try to contact them. So, if you are feeling alone, perhaps try to reach out, okay? Perhaps, and that's okay. That's okay. But let's see what advice the Lumen Oracle wants to add. My goodness, I forgot the name for it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. We have Shadow, which I feel is very, very much going in line with that sun reversed card there. Okay. Then we have the Alchemist and the Sovereign. We're gonna go ahead and read the Shadow card first. So, and I can speak from experience, sometimes when we start exposing like those self-limiting beliefs and such that we hold on to with this Eight of Swords energy that we trap ourselves in, and we start exposing our shadow self, this goes in line with the whole like healing isn't always linear thing. Sometimes we can like unsurface more that needs to be addressed, okay? And sometimes when we encounter more difficulties and more problems that come up, we can start feeling like it's leading us in the wrong direction, or that we're going in the wrong direction rather. but that's not a sign that you're necessarily going in the wrong direction, okay? It just means that you're uncovering more. And working on this darker part of yourself is often very, very hard, okay? But accepting these pieces of yourself and doing your best to break out of these limits that you've placed on yourself, these beliefs that you've held yourself back with, we find such a freedom from doing this, okay? And that's what people are talking about anytime you ever hear them reference shadow work, okay? And that's what this card is going to be dealing with, shadow. This card indicates that diving deeper into your shadow at this time will be beneficial. It is through knowing our unconscious self that we find the root of our blocks, perceived limitations, and wounds. It is also how we come to know ourselves in our totality. We cannot reach our true potential without meeting our shadow and working with the parts of ourselves that we have been told to lock away or be ashamed of. This includes brilliant aspects of ourselves too, not just perceived flaws. The truth is, your shadow is your greatest gift. And for this card, there's there's an animal, plant, and stone association. The animal association for this is bat. Bats are experts at moving through the dark using echolocation. They are unable to see what their surroundings are, but by producing high-frequency sounds and listening for the echo of the objects close by, they are able to get an incredibly accurate idea of their environment. This is much like doing shadow work. We often do not understand the logic of our subconscious, but we can feel it. It can be uncomfortable, like we do not have our senses. But if we trust the process the way bat trusts its echolocation, our shadow work comes alive in an unexpected and magical way. If you are struggling with things you cannot see in their entirety, call upon bat as an ally. So it's about walking through that darkness and trusting that you'll be guided in the right direction using your intuition and spirit as a guide, okay? And the plant association here is mugwort. Mugwort is an extremely magical plant that calls us to explore all aspects of ourselves. It is effective in trance work and is an ally for those wishing to go deeper, or do deeper dream work. Our dreams are the messengers for our unconscious. Mugwort encourages you to pay more attention to your dreams as a way of meeting with your shadow. You can intentionally work with your dreams by asking for messages before you go to sleep. Call on Mugwort for support in this work. Yeah, Mugwort. And the stone association here is Black Phantom Quartz. Phantom quartz crystals have imprints of themselves within the crystal. When you look at phantom quartz, you can see triangular shadows throughout the body of it. In this way, their growth is captured for one to see. This transparency and evolution makes Black Phantom Quartz the ideal ally for doing shadow work. Call upon Black Phantom Quartz when you need support in reviewing your perceived faults as gifts, as these are potential measures of your progress. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm actually about to, as I delve a little bit deeper into my practice, I've been guided to actually grow plants, and mugwort is one of the ones that I've actually been called to grow. So mugwort is also a very cleansing herb. And then we have the alchemist. Yes, exactly. Mugwort is used as a smoke cleansing agent. I'll be using it for that and also for tea. I'm going to be mixing it into tea blends that I make, so. The alchemist. The alchemist card indicates a time of metamorphosis. I'm sure. That can also, funnily enough, be used as a smoke cleanse. And in some people's practices, they use it as an internal cleanse of themselves. And hey, if that's what works for you, well, fucking go for it. It is a call to view everything in your current life as an opportunity for growth. Right now is a potent time to plant the seeds of what you want to invite in. It is also a reminder that our thoughts are incredibly powerful. We may not feel like we have a lot of control over our lives, but we can work hard at changing our thought patterns to ones that empower us, which is exactly the point of doing shadow work. This is kind of very, very much tying into this here, okay? Whatever they are given, the alchemist is able to transmute. They may have a handful of quote-unquote bad ingredients, but they are able to make magic with what they have. It can be a long process, but they hold a vision for the final product while continuing to show up in their negative situation and slowly work at transmuting it. Someone who is in the shadow of alchemists may not believe in themselves. They may have both a fear of failure and fear of success, keeping them paralyzed in their current situation. They can also minimize situations and keep their true feelings inside. As opposed to getting them out and moving on. A key to being an alchemist is naming what is happening so you can work with it. Well, if that last part wasn't a call out. And then we have the Sovereign. The Sovereign card invites us to activate the leader, visionary, and enthusiast within us. It is a time to welcome in passion and fire, while creating structure that allows for you to nurture your dreams. Sovereign creates a container which allows for growth within themselves and others. They approach situations with a no-bullshit attitude and may come across as harsh to some people. Their strong boundaries and opinions may even be intimidating to others, but in reality it is their way of nurturing. They have no interest in appeasing others simply to keep them comfortable. They will continue to push those around them so that they can grow. The Sovereign also calls us to create structure. From a place of structure, the Sovereign knows that life runs more smoothly, allowing for the manifestation of true success, security, and happiness. Where in your life do you continually find chaos? Where are your energy and resources getting sapped? The Sovereign invites you to examine those situations practically and cut out what is no longer serving you. This is not a time for being sentimental or nostalgic. The Sovereign is realistic about what is needed and gets it done, knowing that it makes room for true peace. The Balanced Sovereign is a leader that belongs only to themselves. They are in service to others by choice, and their method of leading is in empowering others. They are strong and know how capable they are. They will claim their space without hesitating, inviting the others around them to do the same. An unbalanced Sovereign may become domineering. They can become too controlling and boundaried, not creating space for emotional connections and softness with those in their life. They fear not being in control and in turn may lash out at those around them and micromanage everything their loved ones do. Yeah. I also get the sense that it's about that sort of energy that you should be embodying. So. Yeah, whatever you feel called to do, yeah. Whatever you feel called to do. Follow that call. Follow where you're being led. And if you want to make sure that you're on the right path, reach out with that intent to connect with spirit. Okay? Ask them for guidance, ask them for signs. And along with that and following your intuition, yeah, whatever you feel called to. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Exactly. So, yes. Yes. And we have an ad break about to start here soon, but I'm going to pull the cards here from the Illuminators Amulet. But if the ad break starts, I won't read them until ad break is over. So. Okay, my goodness. Okay. And there's the ad break. Okay. Ads should be over soon. Oh, goodness. Welcome back. Okay, so we have 3 cards from the Illuminator's Amulet here. We have Be Clear on Your Wishes. So get clear about what it is that you want, okay? Where do you want to be moving forward, okay? I also get the sense too, this is about like reaching out, if you like do feel like reaching out. You worked in broadcast before? That's cool. So, if you feel like reaching out, essentially this is about, yeah, essentially, be clear about the intention that you put out there, okay? And about what it is that you want. So, just put that energy out there. is the vibe that I get, okay? Put that energy out there. If you want help, ask for help, okay? Communicate what it is that you want help with, okay? I get the sense that communication is just kind of like key thing here, okay? Communicate. If you want help, ask them for help, okay? Ask them for help. And going in line with this, continue manifesting this, okay? Manifestation takes time, okay? You probably won't see results immediately. Sometimes it can take a while, okay? And sometimes we have to do a review process of what's working for us and what isn't working for us along with this journey of manifestation, okay? And you also got a little bit of sass. Chill out. Don't overthink things, okay? Don't give into that energy of overthinking, overanalyzing things. To the best of your abilities. I know that's easier said than done sometimes, okay? Just do your best to lessen up on that, okay? And also, chill out in the other sense, okay? Take a break. It's okay. So I hope that message helps again. Or, I hope that message helps. My goodness. Yeah. Yeah. Just make sure to take time for yourself, okay? Just take time for yourself. In whatever way that you need, okay? Take time for yourself. Okay. Good. I hope so. Okay. Let me go ahead and close out the queue there. Okay, so speaking of taking time for ourselves, I would normally do like a full closing message here, but however, I streamed for far longer than I meant to, but I'm not complaining about that because had a lot of people come through and did a lot of readings, and I'm absolutely not going to complain about that. I'm definitely very, very appreciative of that. So, thank you to everyone who joined. However, I am getting very tired, hence why I'm getting a little bit more scatterbrained. So, I am getting very tired. I need to go take some time for myself. Luckily, I have it's Saturday, so I don't stream until Tuesday, so I have 2 days to just take time for myself. But yes, I need to go take care of myself. Go take some time to go relax and wind down, and probably go get some food. Because I'm also starting to get very hungry. Even though it's like almost 11, I don't give a fuck. Also, yes, of course it's okay to join the Discord. That's what it's there for. You're more than welcome to. Please go ahead. But, so rather than doing the full closing message that I would normally do, I think I'm just going to go ahead and do a close out with just a Thera-pets card pull, okay? Let's see what cute positivity they got to close us out with. Okay. Okay. My goodness. Okay, my goodness. We have... You will survive this. You will survive this. You are capable. You can do this. And the truth is, you're far more capable than you feel. So, 2 messages about you got this shit. Okay? Let's just deal with today. You can deal with tomorrow. So, take things 1 step at a time. 1 day at a time, okay? And it's going to be okay. Things will work out. It's gonna be alright. Okay. And with that, it is unfortunately time for me to go. It is getting quite late. And I do need to go get some food and go relax before bed. So... yeah. Just self-care time. But, there is, there's a pet section. You absolutely can. So you won't be able to post pictures right away, but, typically what happens is, the initial role that you get assigned when you join the, server, limits you slightly, just in case, like there's anything that ever happens with, you know, like a bot raid or something on the Discord. It's there for protection so people aren't able to post things that they shouldn't be, like links or like pictures and files and shit. However, if you ask, for those who ask about actually, you know, like joining, like who actually talk in chat enough, and I literally like watch join the Discord, you can go ahead and get like that second role, the upgraded role that allows you to post things. So I'll go ahead and assign you the second upgraded role so that you actually have full capability for posting things, because I literally did just watch you join the Discord and you've been very active here in chat, so I can guarantee that there's nothing funky with bots, so you're all good. Essentially, that's just to, like, for that first initial role is there for people who are just like just to protect against bots, and for people who aren't really very, just as a buffer for people who aren't very active, who I haven't like really, who haven't interacted much, and I can't really get like a decent reading on at the moment. So if you're active enough and talkative enough, and you're not just randomly joining the Discord out of nowhere, like, yeah, you're good. So Too old for funky. It's funny. But yeah, so plus like I only have, it's mostly just worry about like bots, because obviously there will be mods there to moderate like shit that like shouldn't be occurring anyway, and you can only post like pictures and links in like specific things that are like specific areas that are like allowed, where that's allowed. So it's not like bots can just run amok there anyway, but it's just an extra layer of protection. Just because I don't want people who are on the Discord to just kind of have to deal with weird shit. So, yeah. But anyway, it's time for me to go ahead and call it here so I can go get some food and go take some time to rest and take some time for myself. So, thank you all for stopping by. Whether you joined the queue, talked in chat, or just lurked, I appreciate you sharing your time with me. I hope to see you all again soon, but bye for now.